because I want everyone to hear this, because you guys have used every single shortcut you could have had. Every time I was like, oh man, you could do this, but it'll cost you. You guys slammed your fist down on the table and said, we have no choice.
So we have 250 days?
To be precise, you have 247.
Excellent! My quick draw retraining is done.
You're what?
He was retraining a feat.
I was, yeah.
Okay.
Because I allow you to do that, because it doesn't make sense that you just pick a feat and it's on your character sheet forever. That's not how real life works.
Now I need to find a place to put it. Right here will work.
Whew. That is some mint.
Shanti, getting your drink on?
Oh no, I got some Dr. McGillicuddy's menthol mint because I wanted to mix it up, and oh boy. Oh, I'm feeling the power of mint right fucking now. Someone's halls are gonna get decked, if you know what I mean.
I have Hero Lab to keep track of my character sheet, but it used to be easy to look at. Now there is so much freaking stuff on it. It's just like, where do I go?
Oh man, it reminds me. I don't remember what character it was, but Norman had a character sheet that was completely 100% accurate. Ross, Kemp, and I all checked it to verify its accuracy and to make sure everything was right. And the problem was simply that there was too much shit on it. He was a cleric with like 30 different magical items, all of which were apparent and on his person. And he was a level 17 cleric, so we're talking like
big boy.
50 spells, 30 magical items, a bunch of once per day abilities because of the dutiful service to his god. And like simply put, there came a point where we would forget that he had the ability to like fix a situation, and no one could earnestly get mad at him because he had literally too much shit to keep track of.
Yep.
There's not enough room in for that.
Yeah, I have spells. I've got a lot of skills. I've got all the mega special abilities. I've got hexes. I have not as many feats as Holt, but still some.
Got it. Okay.
Yep, got quick draw now.
Nice. All right, where'd y'all leave off? Last I checked, you were in Old Deuteronomy's tower, having an earnest and dutiful chat with the wizened cat.
Yes. That is correct.
Good.
You gave Solandra some dragon skills.
Right. He had a few as keepsakes in an older age.
And Slander made a really good sense motive roll and determined that he's a little bit of a dragon fetishist.
Just a little bit. Have you figured out why he's a bit of a dragon fetishist? Because there's a reason for that, and I don't remember if you figured it out.
Didn't he tell us that his people were literally made by dragons?
Yeah. That's the one. So he reveres them like one would revere their ancestor. But I mean, think about it. Cats are just fluffy, boring, small dragons, and dragons are just big, scaly asshole cats.
You know, you're not wrong.
The asshole is kind of redundant, isn't it?
I'm sorry. Did I repeat myself there? I didn't mean to. It happens to the best of us.
I mean, asshole cat. It's just.
So that's where you were.
Geez, my arms are like noodles.
Can you still roll dice?
This is from dragging a 150-pound planter all the way around the house.
Lord.
Why do you have such a large planter? What do you have in it?
Plants.
Oh. Well,
and more pertinently, like lots of soil.
Oh, about that though. I was thinking, I wasn't considering the soil for some reason. It's like plants aren't that heavy.
Soil is really heavy.
Soil is super heavy. How heavy is the planet? We need to get that cornered off. Anyway,
Anyway, a very important thing to note was we did contact the consortium at the end of last session and purchased 2 scarabs of protection, one for Clementine and one for Solandra.
good.
Which might have been premature because we're not vampires immediately, but still not bad. We're going to need them eventually.
It's never bad to be prepared, especially when it comes to scarabs of protection. Oh wait, it was a scarab of soul eating. Clementine, make a fortitude save. You failed. It burrows into your body, goes up into your brain, and explodes.
Well,
But
GG.
that was probably the single most important revelation from last week, though, was that I'm trying to remember if that was
Yeah,
Clementine?
that the vampires.
Yep.
Right, the vampires may have something to do with the dark ritual all along. All along.
That this group of vampires we never previously have heard of were really important.
I mean, there's a lot of things going on under the earth that nobody knows anything about.
Yep.
Like, as far as anyone who isn't part of Clementine's immediate family is concerned, drow aren't real. As far as anyone on the planet is concerned, there isn't a race of cat people. Mind flayers are an aberration that live above the ground, and no one's ever heard of a beholder.
Cool.
Although the rumors persist that the Street Queen is secretly a beholder. But, I mean, Holt, I don't know if you've met her, but you're pretty sure that's not true.
I don't think that I've had the pleasure. Certainly met some of her people, and that's as close as I care to get.
It's probably a good idea. It's safer that way.
For my own sake, honestly.
And of course, Medusas are solitary creatures who live in caves and jungles.
Of course.
Right.
Thankfully, none of them live in the city among us, secretly orchestrating the downfall of humanity. Thank God that's not happening. Let me knock on wood and wipe the sweat off my brow. But yeah, so vampires living in the catacombs and Underdark underneath the graveyard? It's more likely than you think.
Yay.
Hooray!
And I mean, you'd expect there'd be so many explorers going underneath the graveyard to plunder its untold depths, right?
No.
Exactly.
Oh no!
Great place to
I mean,
hide.
I'm sure they go.
They don't come back.
Yeah.
Oh, those poor
I mean,
bastards.
there's no shortage of stupid people.
There's never a shortage of desperate treasure hunters, ready to get ripped to shreds by zombies and morgues.
Hey, it's better than the District 2 treasure hunters who risk their lives burrowing under giant piles of garbage.
Oh no! Poor Jimothy died in a trash cave-in. No!
Oh no, we lost another one. Trash. They stripped him to the bone.
You missed.
Fuck. There's nothing left. What do you mean? I mean, there's fucking nothing left. Not to mention how many things you could quite possibly pick up that just kill you. Like, Solandra, you're familiar with this thing that people call the invisible fire. It makes your teeth and hair fall out and your skin fall off.
Oh, I wonder what that was.
Bye, Pidge.
Oh, did Pidge get destroyed?
Can't hear you talking, darling.
I didn't like that, so I disconnected.
Oh, got it.
Oh, the trash lice? Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were referring to the invisible fire.
Both of those things.
I was about to say, either way, they're both incredibly unpleasant, and you don't want to get them. I don't know how high you can roll on a fortitude save, but I don't think it's enough to resist the invisible fire.
I mean, I do have a very big cape.
That's fair. That is a very big cape, and it is lined with lead, so maybe it will protect you.
Anyway.
Anyway, swiftly moving forward. What now?
Swiftly.
I mean,
That's
there's
not
no
us.
reason. There's no reason to move quickly, really. I've got all night.
Well, I need to readjust some of my spells in order to I'd be prepared for what they're talking about. So if you guys don't mind, I'll have to take a little bit of rest, and I think I can be somewhat better equipped to handle this.
That's a good idea.
Oh,
We've
of
been
course.
talking for a long time.
Deuteronomy says, there are rooms here that you could rest in, but if you feel like exploring the what's the phrase I'm looking for? The flavor of the town, feel free.
Clem nods at that.
Constructs fall under what knowledge?
Constructs depends. Sometimes they're architecture and engineering, sometimes they're dungeoneering. It would really matter what the construct is made of, and you don't know what Marduk made his constructs out of.
Adamantine would be a good guess.
Adamantine would be an insane guess. If he has an army of adamantine golems, you guys might as well kill yourselves now.
Yeah, really. One was bad enough, and we just kind of made him look in a mirror.
Thankfully, he had debilitating psychological weaknesses. I should mention, an adamantine golem is a CR 19.
Yeah.
They also
But
have...
on the other hand, our money problems would...
This is true. Also, I should mention, the adamantine golem has an ability called Indestructible.
Nice.
I don't suppose any of you know the Miracle, Wish, or have an adamantine vorpal weapon, do you?
No.
Okay. In which case, you guys are fighting the Iron Giant.
I've got penetrating strike.
That's real neato. Eventually, these pieces will put themselves back together.
Oh no.
I can turn all of our weapons adamantine. That's the one thing I can. One
Okay,
trick I've got.
that's one step in the right direction. Now you just need to make Halt's sword vorpal.
Yep.
Vorpal is such a fun word.
Actually, in 2 levels, brother will be.
Oh, fuck! Dave, if you kill one of my bosses by rolling a natural 20, I will never forgive you.
If you have a boss that's vulnerable to being hit by vorpals, well,
that's fair enough.
What can I say?
I mean, I can tell you, Doskius and Selena have heavy fortification on their armor, but Tori and Myrna probably don't. And there are a whole bunch of other things that don't wear armor and are therefore not going to have heavy fortification anything.
All right. So according to the knowledge chart, it's saying that constructs should fall under Arcana, at least in general, as a general category.
I mean, if you want to understand the way in which the elemental core of a construct relates to the structure, yes.
Yeah, I basically want to see if I know as much as Dave does about in terms of the things that the constructs are immune to.
Right.
That's the main one.
I mean, you do know that lesser golems go berserk when they are subject to stress and harm. But without architecture and engineering, you wouldn't really know much about their construction or how the elements that they are constructed of affect how they function.
Knowledge engineering, you say?
Knowledge engineering, I say.
I'll get a next level.
Can I try?
Of course you can. You can always try.
An 11?
An 11. Well, I mean, there are lots of different golems. You can make golems out of wood. You can make golems out of rock. You can make golems out of junk, lead, mithril. You can make ooze golems, obsidian golems, quantum golems, cannon golems, brass golems, blood golems, bone golems, alchemical golems, clay golems. Those ones are nasty. Flesh golems are particularly disgusting. Gold, glass, ice, iron. You get the distinct impression that you'll probably be dealing with, when it comes to golems, stone golems. Although, what do you know about stone golems? You don't know much about stone golems.
I don't know anything about stone golems.
Probably not so much clay or lesser golems. You do know that stone golems are more stable, hence the material.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
There's no shortage of rocks underground.
Exactly. Clay golems and flesh golems can go berserk in a myriad of nasty ways. That being said, you can talk down a flesh golem because it remembers enough about being alive to remember that someone can order it around.
Hmm.
That being said, only its creator can talk it down. Or someone that holds a natural authority over it.
Gotcha.
That would be a great place for
You're breaking up, love.
You cut out real bad.
Okay, that's pitch breaking up, but not at me. Good.
Yes.
I mean, not good, but
Also, you know that golems are generally immune to magic, but every golem has spells that do affect it.
and logically speaking, those would be spells that affect the element that they're composed out of.
Yes.
Would be the usual.
Yep. Like, you might not want to invigorate a flesh golem with electricity, considering that's what makes it move.
Well, yeah, okay. That's good to know.
That being said, like, anything that fucks with rocks will fuck with a stone golem.
Give me 2 shakes.
So, like acid, maybe?
I wasn't going for that. No, it'll probably resist acid.
Holt's an idiot.
I know.
Okay.
Any elemental damage, I think, is pretty much shot. So it's more things like pass wall or rock to mud.
Yeah, you could, like, anything that says transmute rock into something will probably fuck with a stone golem. Some of them don't, but most of them do. I turned this rock golem into cheese! Nah, it doesn't work. Fuck! And, of course, nothing fucks with adamantium, because nothing fucks with adamantium. Did I stutter?
Oh, that's so much better.
Yay.
I don't know why your wireless card is so shit.
Me neither.
Actually, no, yes, I do.
Hey, about
Wow.
to say, don't kid yourself.
It's because it's a pre-built.
Yeah.
This meat is quite good,
Mm-hmm.
so
Happy
How's
Leif
that?
Erikson Day.
happy Leif Erikson Day!
Happy Leif Erikson Day.
Hinga dinga durgan.
So I am eager to explore this place, this city of catfolk.
Oh boy.
Let's go have some fun.
As you walk about the city street without McCavity at your side, he tells you he has some business to attend to with Deuteronomy.
Fair enough.
He has
Promise I won't get into too much trouble.
He says that he has much to report. Also, they mentioned that you might want to talk to Grisabella.
Oh, right, yes. Where might I find her?
Like, McCavity and Deuteronomy share a sort of worried glance. And they just say, you can find her wherever you would find filth or trash. Perhaps at the bottom of a gutter or at the bottom of a bottle, perhaps.
Gotcha. Look around. I want to find the shittiest looking inn establishment that I can possibly find in this underground splendor.
Oh boy. You think
Didn't old Deuteronomy say we could stay there with him?
yes.
He did, but he also said we could go for it.
Okay, yeah, I think Salandra is just going to go straight to get in the books. She would love to explore this, but she kind of wants to not hold people up.
Holt, you think, okay, World Bazaar, this has got to work. This has got to work somewhat similar. We need to
Same logic.
Same logic. Every city's built the same, no matter how hard they try. So you need to get to the outskirts, and you'll find someplace on the outskirts that isn't on a road that's going to be a shithole. It is an inevitability. And you find the Wastrel Minstrel.
I love it.
It's the street outside is filled with the scent of sweat and dung. There isn't a sign. It's just sort of the name has just been painted on the wall.
Oh wow, they're barely even trying.
Oh god, yes. I'm trying to see if I can find. Oh god.
Clementine coming with?
Yes.
I can't find a good image, so I guess I might have to just go with the musical on this one. When in doubt.
Actually, there is something I wanted to do before to sleep. So come to think of it. Talk about it after.
Oh, geez, what the fuck? Sorry, I'm seeing a bunch of different Grisabellas from throughout the history of cats, and oh my god, some of them are so pretty, and I'm like, no, you fucked up. You fucked up so bad. Is Clementine with you? Is Clementine and Toby in tow?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, you find the Wastrel Minstrel, and you're like, this seems like enough of a shithole. If she's not here, there ought to be someone here who can point that way. It's basically a wooden shack. You look inside, and there are 2 tables, and the bar is just a length of wood on 2 barrels, which are also the taps.
Huh. It's efficient. I like it. I'll say to the barkeep.
The barkeep is a female catfolk by the name of Jilly, and she just looks at you and remarks, "Strangers, well, no matter what the service is, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that the gods have cursed me so. Cursed all of us," she says to her patrons, 2 of which are just like face down on the table. Give me sense motive rolls, the 2 of you.
Sure. Oh. It's garbage. 4.
It's trash.
How about a 16?
There we go. Holt, you look at there are 4 patrons who are currently here. 2 are at the bar and 2 are at tables. And the ones who are at tables are like face down in the table with a hand on a mug. And you're like, oh, geez, is it early to be drinking? Is it late? I don't know what time it is. And Clementine, you can tell that they are not lying face down on the table because they are smashed. They're lying face down on the table because they're depressed.
Oh.
Like these, and I should mention, every cat in here is old. Every cat in here has got the mange, and their coats are all fucked up. Like this is where the poor and the downtrodden spend their days, away from the opulence and luxury of the inner city. Some place where they can be miserable in peace. And
Cursed by the gods, you say?
every one of us, and one of them looks at you and simply remarks, "Some more than others." And
Then I'm in good company.
like, you look upon her, and it's rare to witness such a wretched thing.
Oh, goodness.
Her coat is torn and stained with sand. One of her eyes twitches like a crooked pin, and nothing seems to be able to stop it. And beside her she's drinking whiskey out of the bottle and beside her are enough bottles to kill Clem. You die. Straight up. You look at that and you're like, cloak or no cloak, I would be dead. That's like my body weight in alcohol, and I literally cannot survive that. There's like 3 whiskey bottles tucked off to the side. You can only hope that she paces herself, and as she takes a deep draft off of one of them, you can tell she does not. And this is not Maker's Mark whiskey. No. This is like bathtub gin, fermented black bread and raisins. These bottles are clearly recycled. The liquid within them ranges from clear to brownish to just pure liquid sludge black.
Jesus.
And like upon this woman's body are a series of scars, and she has barely enough clothing to keep herself decent in her aged, withered form.
I have my suspicions, but I figure I'll ask. So we're looking for someone. Maybe you can help.
What's it to you, pretty boy?
A bottle of whiskey for whoever can point me to Grisabella.
Someone pipes up, and the aging creature, like with a claw, with a quick claw slowed only by drunkenness, like grabs his hand and slams it down on the table as he lets out a deep hiss, and she just gives him a stare like, you don't wanna. And she says, I can make that happen, but bottle comes first. I don't do delivery before payment.
Good, neither do I. And I gesture to Jilly.
She asks for 7 copper pieces.
I toss her a silver.
Oh! And she presents a bottle of something that might actually be legitimate grain alcohol. And
Thank you much.
And like the aged, wretched creature holds her hand out in expectation as it quivers and shakes.
And I pass her the bottle and take a seat at whatever horrible benches are not yet rotted.
How much do you weigh?
Like 3. No. Like, how do I do math? I have a bag of holding now.
Oh no! You're gay and can't do math.
I'm gay and I can't do math. Just shy of 300.
Okay, make a perception check. Or knowledge, architecture, and engineering. Whichever you prefer. Both, actually.
Okay, we'll do perception first.
Double your odds.
Okay, perception is going to be 17. And knowledge engineering is going to be 13.
Yeah, you take one look at this chair and realize it will not sustain your weight. Also, don't lean on that countertop.
Okay, I was going to lean on the countertop. And just cross my arms, but try not to look threatening.
Right. She cradles the bottle like an infant, and places it at the end of the table with a single claw nestled upon it, just to make sure no one goes away with it. And she looks at you and just says, "Well, you found her."
A pleasure. My name is Nikolai Holt. This is Clementine.
Clementine gives a little bob.
She just asks, "What do you want?"
We were hoping that you might be able to help us. Deuteronomy sent us to find you.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I come to him all these years. I give him news, I give him information, and he can't spare me the time of day, she says before unleashing a hacking cough. Clementine, make a heal check.
You got it. You knew what I was about to ask you.
Oh, well, I didn't even know you were about to ask me.
Even 30.
And even 30, she does a good job of hiding it with a rag kept in her other clawed hand. But you can definitely, between the combination of your keen halfling druid sense of smell and your natural knowledgeable healing ability, there's blood in that. There's blood in that cough. She has either got some sort of infection or she's a lunger, tuberculosis. No matter what, she's probably 1 foot in the grave already.
Clem winces. You ever, I kind of pat my chest. Ever think about getting that checked out?
And who would I pay? And what would I pay them with? There was a time I could pay them with gold. And after that, there was a time I could pay them with my body. And after that, there was a time I could pay them with the pleasure of my time. And after that, there was a time I could pay them with stories. But now, they've all lost their value. There's nothing more here.
Information never loses value.
It does when it's too old and there's no one who cares about it.
Well, you're in luck. We're an audience that doesn't know the age of your advice.
Like, on the one hand, she seems like almost affectionately sympathetic, but on the other hand, she's so hardened and cynical, she can't like bear to bring that to light. Any amount of happiness she expresses could just like destroy her from within.
Can I, let's see. Clementine will just kind of raise a hand up. Say, can I try something?
She just looks at you and says, "Don't bother. You can cure the symptom, but not the disease."
Actually, I can cure diseases.
Yes, and the disease that I carry is just a symptom of a greater disease.
All right.
Clementine, what is up with this riddle bullshit?
No, she's met a few people like that before.
Right. And like you look at how wretchedly old she is, and you're like, oh, maybe this is part of her grand plan.
Yeah.
Don't make me die any slower, her gaze seems to scream.
And she won't.
If you put more sand in my fucking hourglass, I'll kill you. Her gaze seems to say.
If your time's so limited, then I guess we'd better take advantage of what you know.
That you should. Nikolai Holt, who comes from the surface and looks like a devil, what do you want?
We're seeking the resting place of Marduk. For starters.
That's not too hard to find. You could ask anyone that. Everyone knows. We've all seen it. Plenty of treasure hunters have gone down into it.
How many have come out?
Mungo, Jerry, and Rumple Teaser tried their luck. They couldn't get past the second room. McCavity tried his fortunes in as well. He says he got 4 rooms deep, but I don't believe him. He lies.
What kind of...
He brags. What were you going to say?
All those that came back, what did they encounter?
Things made of the elements of life. Things made of the elements of the unliving. Not the undead, the unliving, mind you.
Distinction.
Sentient stone and metal. Water and fire and air. Not malicious. But they would chase out any intruder. McCavity, Mungo, Jerry, and Rumple Teaser, I assume they think they could sneak their way through. They were wrong. The eyes do not close in that place. There is nothing that sleeps or slumbers. Deuteronomy also mentioned that Grisabella went on a grand crusade through the entire Underdark.
Yeah, I've a list of questions.
Okay, good. I am glad that you have. I'm glad that you have a list of questions. Good man.
So Holt seems to take a second. He's trying to articulate. Um, hmm. So Clementine, if you have anything to say.
I wondered if you or anyone here. There's some things that I can't help with, but there's something that I'm wondering if I can. The women here, their children are being born different.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know of anyone that I could speak to about trying to find the source?
Deuteronomy knows the most. You could also ask Mistopheles. Some say that he can make cats appear out of thin air.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Deuteronomy also made mention of a vampire court.
I wonder if they still remember me, you know? When me and old Balzac, Kongol and Lycan chopped our way through, leaving a bloody and ash swath. Do they remember? Do they speak of the day that Grisabella came to them? Do they shudder in fear? Has it been struck from the books, or was it so small they don't even remember? And she looks at you with a tearful eye.
When we go down there and find them, I could ask for you.
I'd appreciate that, Holt. I'd appreciate that a lot.
Where were they when you encountered them?
Oh. Give me a moment. And she takes one of the not quite empty bottles filled with the black molasses-esque sludge, lets it slide down her throat, and it seems to jog her memory. You have a map? Or at least some paper I can borrow?
Certainly. And I'll rummage in my bag of holding long enough to grab my journal, notebook, and my pen and ink.
Her unsteady and shaky hand begins the task of drawing a bit of a map. It's difficult to read, especially because it's meant to be rendered in 3 dimensions. But they're all marked with hours of travel or miles, and sometimes in lieu of miles, they're marked in wheels, which is a unit of measurement that she explains is shorter than miles, but sometimes more precise.
Understood.
When you get down here, time seems to play tricks on you sometimes. And she goes on to explain, in the first leg of her journey, she faced the Beholders, and that was probably the scariest part because so many of her companions died. She walked down there with 15 full, and she left the Beholder's Nest with only 10. And she talks about finding Sakor with the drow that are over here in this little section. She got captured by a black dragon that lives here. Lived in a lake, asked for a toll we wouldn't pay, and we thought it was a bluff, and that's when I learned never to test a dragon's bluff. And she goes deeper down. You're sort of cross-referencing with your own sort of mental map of the state of the planet, and you're like, all right, if this is north and this is west and this is east and this is south, then yep, the vampire counts are right under District 3. Right about roundish where the underside of the graveyard would be.
Making more and more sense.
Exactly.
And I hate it.
Oh boy, thanks, I hate it.
Thanks, I hate it.
And like, she goes on to like express like a fiery, tearful reenactment of what it was like tearing their way through the Deadlands. It was an 18-hour frantic sprint. No rests permitted. No rest permitted under the wrath of the Red Fear, she calls it.
The Red Fear, what's that?
Vampires. We called them
This-
the Red Fear, their penchant for blood.
Hmm.
Only Balzac had a holy symbol among us. Of Marduk, no less.
Is it only symbols of Marduk or any symbol of faith?
I can't say. They seem to hate faith. That magical, ephemeral quality, that joy that I once had, yes, that can keep you safe.
All right.
Was it a symbol like this? I'm going to. I'm wearing gloves, mind you. Reach into my belt pouch and take out the Marduk holy symbol that Bowman had given me.
I was just thinking that.
Because it's old. You'd mentioned that it was antique.
Yeah. Something just like that.
Good. Put it back in my belt pouch.
Also, just to show it off because I'm mad.
Sure.
Let me show you some other Grisabellas real quick. Because, like, somebody fucked up. I don't know who is responsible for this travesty. We got this.
No.
We got this.
Stop.
Whoa!
They have done goofed.
Hot Grisabella.
And we got like the second closest, the second best one is this. But just like, that's not what Grisabella is. You look at
No,
that
she
first
used to be
image.
full of despair.
That's, oh god, no, there you go, you found it. There's the one. There's the piece. And she's constantly surrounded by all these young bucks who are like, I'm gonna get my 9 lives renewed. And she's like, how about you save it for someone who fucking needs it, huh? Did you ever think about that? No, you only think about yourself. She says on her 8.5 life. Looking back upon
That one in the middle. That one in the middle is disturbing. It's like, I mean, she's actively pretty.
Right? Right? Like, Grisabella is meant to be a character that is so ugly, she is hunted by the other cats for the crime of being too ugly to live. Because they are a pompous, opulent people. But, yeah, no. I'm sorry. If you're under 50, you need not apply for Grisabella.
Tell me more about the Drow City.
The Drow City?
Please.
It's not as dangerous as you might think, but not as safe as you might hope. You can get through it without stepping on anyone's toes, you'll be alright. The trick is that there's toes everywhere you look, everywhere you step. Noble houses, the occasional righteous gang. cops, aboleths.
Anyone in particular we should watch?
Ooh, you are asking the right questions.
Yeah, boy.
Let's see if I can find a... Oh, random draw name generator. Here we go. I could give you a few names of people you'd want to watch out for. Welvier Goldenzinge. Head priest of Innistrad. Steer clear of him. He's a monster. A rapist.
Is
Pulse
he
expression darkens.
someone we should stay clear of, or someone we should stop?
Stop him if you wish. Go right ahead. I won't get in your way. But don't interrupt me, Gerd. Kalnana Hunduis. Head priestess of Lolth. Master anarchist, thorn in everyone's side. She prays to a dead god and it makes her desperate. Desperate and dangerous. Zed Ilsek. Head of house Ailsek. Steer clear of him. He's got a lot of family, a lot of connections. Think you can cross him? Don't. He knows more people than you could ever know. People owe him who have never met him. I hear he has a magic book that keeps track of everyone who owes him a debt. Coin or otherwise. Clementine, what's your last name?
Pastora, her grandfather is Bilal the Wetar.
But if you found Bilal Whitehair, you might find a friend there.
Oh, no shit!
Someone who might take you in.
She leans up to Holt and says, "That's my grandfather."
Really?
Mhm. I don't know if he knows who I am, but I know who he is, and that's a start.
Maybe our foot in the door. Because we're going to need to go that way. You say that they have a lot of law enforcement. What if their laws are easy to cross?
Oh yeah.
What will get us in trouble?
Let me find that random law generator. Law gen, Rangen. Nice. Create new laws for your cities. I want too many laws. Oh geez. All right. I will run you down a series of laws. All right. So you've got to understand. The punishment to every law breaking is the same thing: life imprisonment, and a lifetime of hard labor at that. Number 1, prostitution. Don't. Number 2, property damage. Don't. Torture? That's fine. Organized crime? Please. That's basically what the nobles do. Gambling is illegal, but most people overlook it. Begging is illegal, but most people overlook it. Drunkenness is illegal, but most people overlook it. That being said, if somebody wants you to get put away, they'll do it to you.
I'd like to see them try.
They will. One thing you can get away with: theft of a carriage. Apparently there's a long legend. I never got the long and short of it, but the point is, any man who is unfit to defend his carriage forfeits his carriage. That being said, it is illegal for more than 8 persons to be in private. There's a curfew. Do not break it. Do not express any form of prejudice. Also, you might want to tuck your firearm away.
Oh.
Also, you may not discriminate against anyone for any reason. Also, no smoking in public. That being said, infanticide is legal. In case you feel like smothering a baby.
Never had the urge.
Are these the laws of Cat City or of the Drow City?
Drow City.
The Drow City is filled with a series of incredibly intense, multifolding, unilateral laws. That being said, as you note, Holt, murder, manslaughter, blackmail, drug sale, tax evasion, none of these are on the list.
Huh. Oh, good.
Like, if you want to kill someone, you don't need a pretense.
That's even better than District 4. That's a lot to keep track of. Thank you. I'm certain I would have broken at least 2 of these by mistake.
We'll have to tell Solandra about the no smoking thing.
You're smart. So,
Is there anything
Now
else?
you met one dragon
Yes.
down there.
Well,
Did you come across any others?
2.
2.
I
The
met
black dragon.
I met the Black Dragon, never got his name. But there was another who rescued us. Silver was his color, and heroic was his temperament. Jelra, the Redeemer, he called himself. He was very old, and very large, and very handsome.
Oh, with any luck. He's down there still.
Hopefully. I'd like to think so. That men like him don't die in places like this.
Is there anything that we can do? Anything else?
There's one thing you can do. Tell Gus I said hello, and I'm sorry about Friar for Fiddle. I tell him that every day, and it doesn't feel like enough.
Holt nods and looks to Clementine.
I think that's all the questions we have.
Good.
Thank you, Crazy Bella.
Thank you, but I could use some time alone.
We'll take our leave.
As you leave, like, you look back, and she sits there weeping as the other patrons pretend like she's not there.
Can you do me a big solid, Reynolds, and type up that name? Because I couldn't quite hear you.
Which name?
What I'm supposed to tell Gus.
Ah.
Thank you. Oh, that's a tongue twister. I'm gonna fuck that up.
That it is. If only you could have seen them in their glory days.
Well, We got a lot of valuable information out of it. I'm feeling... Well, I don't really want to say confident, but better.
Better.
If we weren't on such a uncertain time crunch, I would spend a week in there listening to her story.
And the
I think it would take more than a week for her to tell it.
I don't need to sleep.
Oh, that's true.
Though I suppose she would.
Yeah.
She needs lots of rest these days. Did I ever tell you about the 4-day forced march through the fire tunnels?
No.
God damn it. Sorry.
Make me take so many notes, Reynolds. God.
But yeah, sorry. I just went back through the false Grisabellas. Couldn't help.
Close that tab. Close that tab, man.
I can't help but shudder because no.
Just shh.
That's not what they look like.
Jeez.
What in the fuck?
What's going on?
Next door neighbors.
Oh, jeez.
Jeez.
You know, yes, last night there were still not as bad as those neighbors last night.
Oh man, now I have to come up with a random gargoyle name. Constable Downspout. Fuck. Constable
That's a
Downspout.
great name.
Oh god, he's so good. In Terry Pratchett's Monstrous Regiment, so the guards of Ankh-Morpork, they basically hired anyone they could trust, which meant anyone who wasn't human.
Mm-hmm.
So they ended up hiring like a troll by the name of Detritus. He wields.
I love Detritus.
Detritus is such a good guy. I mean, he's a giant hulking idiot, but he means very, very well. He's got a crossbow the size of a ballista, and the thing is one fire away from falling apart. Thankfully, he never fires it. He just carries it around and looks imposing. You'd be surprised. His bite is worse than his bark, but who cares? The bark works just fine. So there's Detritus, and then there's Dorfel, the golem, and then there's Visit, short for Visits the Infidels with explanatory pamphlets.
I love that.
He's a missionary of some lost religion. No one really cares and no one pays attention. He's not very good as a watchman, but he's fantastic for delivering news. And quite possibly one of my favorite constables by way of the Monstrous Regiment is Constable Downspout, who is a gargoyle. They pay him in pigeons, dead or alive, he doesn't care. Downspout has one particularly notable ability. He is very, very, very good at not moving and looking at something. Exceptional at it, really. As they say in the book, if there were an Olympic event for sitting somewhere, not moving and looking at something, he would lose because he wouldn't be there, because he'd be too busy someplace else, sitting still, not moving and looking at something. They send him places for stakeouts, and nothing escapes his watchful eyes. And then they have a vampire and a werewolf, and a few other notable people, such as Carrot, the 7-foot-tall dwarf. He's not a dwarf, but he was raised by dwarves, which leads to a lot of problems. Most notably that he is quite possibly the most boring person on the planet. Anyway. Sorry.
No, it's good. Good tangent.
I got into it. Probably my favorite thing with the Night's Watch is the vampire is interrogating what's the word I'm looking for, a boogeyman. And so the way boogeyman works is that if they can't see you, they don't know if you exist. So if you hide under the covers, they don't know if you're there or not. Now, the most cruel and brutal thing you can do to a boogeyman is hide them under the covers, because then they themselves don't know if they exist or not. And basically, they just writhe around on the floor, screeching in terrible agony until either A, someone takes the covers off, or B, they manage to scramble out. It's an awful, terrible thing to do, but necessary.
That's so mean.
I love it.
Have you read Nights in the Lonesome October by Zlasny?
Mm-mm.
That's a like, good one, good monstrous grouping. The main character is Jack the Ripper and his dog.
Ugh.
Actually, the dog is the main character. But actually, my very favorite thing by Neil Gaiman is the Graveyard Book.
I have it, but I still haven't read it.
It's so
Haven't read
quick. It's such. Have you read the Jungle Book? The Jungle Book?
No, I haven't.
Yes.
I almost say read the Jungle Book before Graveyard,
Okay.
because it's kind of like if the Jungle Book were a graveyard with undead. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right, Holt and Clementine, where to?
Where to? That's an excellent question.
I'm asking all the loaded questions here tonight.
You really are.
What can I
So
say?
am I.
I want to find. She said it was Mephistopheles that would be able to answer my kitten questions.
Not Mephistopheles, Mistopheles.
Mistopheles.
Close enough.
Ouch, monster.
He is the guy that
We ran into him when we were going up to.
you did.
Was he the wizard battle?
He was.
Was. Oh shit! He's still in a block of ice, isn't he?
He would be, yes.
We should
That's-
probably take care of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's return to our ice buddy.
He looks kind of like this.
Oh, that's how you spell that.
Mr. Mistopheles
How do we get him out of this?
always insists.
Hey, Clementine.
Yeah.
How do we get him out of this?
I don't know.
I don't know spells. Should we just try to break the ice? Do we thaw him out? Should I light a campfire?
When you approach the fire, there are two other catfolk who are just observing him. They look remarkably alike, except that one is a man and the other is a woman. That being said, like, if you cross your eyes the wrong way, you literally cannot tell the difference. And they are just looking at the icy prison. And one of them just says, "You think we should let him out?" And the other one says, "Nah, if he's in there for a reason." And the first one says, "Well, if we did, he might be thankful." And the other one says, "Yeah, but he might also be angry." And they go on and on, discussing and debating together forever.
Oh, will you help me pick him up and scooch him towards the fire?
Yes.
Do you try to pick up the ice tomb?
Yes.
Yes.
One of them stands in the way and like crosses her arms, and the other one joins suit, crossing his arms as well. It's like, "Oh, hold on there, outsider. This here's catfolk business, don't you know?"
Oh goodness! How did this happen?
Exactly. We're the head investigators around here, and we're here to make sure that everything's getting investigated and everything's known about.
Well, I just saw this poor creature in need and felt compelled to help however I could.
And the dude says, "Yeah, of course you did. Yeah, I'm sure. You bet. Thaw him out and give him a roll. Why don't you?"
Yeah, I mean, you thaw a catfolk out of ice and they have to grant you 3 wishes, right? And I
fuck.
smile.
Oh fuck! It's time for some diplomacy rolls.
Oh no.
Oh no, they can't keep their shit straight. He keeps stone-faced for a little bit longer than her, but once she starts giggling, he like sputters a few times and they both start laughing. And she says, "Yeah, I think that's how that works." And he's like, "I don't think it is at all." And they both extend their hands at the same time towards you, Holt. Like
I've got 2 hands.
in such a way that you have to cross your hands to take theirs properly. Like
Perfectly, I do it.
She extends her right and he exchanges his left. So you need to bring your right over to her right and your left over to his left. And they
Try
say
it.
in unison, "We're Mungo, Jerry, and Rumpelteazer. Nice to meet you."
Nikolai Holt, the pleasure's all mine.
Ah, Holt. McCavity said a word or two about you.
Oh goodness, all good things, I hope.
Oh, yeah. We've also heard a few things from up above. Nikolai Holt, master mercenary. Born of a devil, killed all the flame jackals, something like that.
Something like that.
Spends a lot of time around the Black Hand. Spends a lot of time around the Ninth and Hennepin.
No place like home.
They say that you're Carly's baby mama. Baby dada, I should say.
Can neither confirm nor deny, I say with a wink.
And like he nudges her side and says, "Cool, yeah, right." Anyway, if you're fixing to thaw out Mistopheles, we ain't gonna stop you. You got a fire of some sort? Do we bash him open? I don't know.
Clementine,
Chisel him out?
you got any ideas?
I think I can handle this, guys. I'm just trying to find one that won't fucking kill him. Hold on.
I mean, we could always just track down Salandra and ask her nicely to let it down, but I wouldn't want to disturb her.
Salandra, is that the pale elfy one?
Yeah.
Ah!
And then this is Clementine, of course.
Right, with a little goat Toby. Where's the big guy?
Oh. We're not sure.
Like, they look about at how sad you are, and she just says, don't worry about that. You don't gotta answer that. And he's like, yeah, don't worry about it. And then you answer anyway.
Yeah, well, we'll find him.
Yeah. He'll turn up sooner or later. A guy that big, he doesn't go missing for very long, right? Right. They say
Right.
in unison, like they say nearly in unison, like backing each other up, like right, and then like blabbering on and on again. Kind of like those twins from the Peak, but not nearly as bad.
Gotcha.
Like these guys know when to shut up. They did not know when to shut up. Well, I mean, think about it. It's life is weird when your inner monologue is just your monologue.
Yeah.
If everything you thought you accidentally said out loud to the other version of yourself all the time, everyone would think that you were crazy, or at the very least, fucking insufferable.
Good points.
All right. Step back. Step back.
All right.
They step back and wait impatiently.
And I'm going to breathe a 15-foot cone of flame.
You breathe some fire all over that smoke, all over that ice, and Mistopheles quickly breaks himself free after he's been thawed enough. And
Yeah, you just need to do 20 points of damage, and then it breaks out. He's going to be staggered for a little while.
Right. I will flavor the staggering as being like shivering, like it's too cold to do anything right. Have you ever been like really cold and shivering, but you still had to do something, like maybe get someplace warm, and your body's like, no. And you're like, if you just stopped me shivering, I could get to the fire faster. And your body's like, no, but if I stop shivering, I'll die. And I'll be like, but if you don't stop shivering, we will also die. Your body's like, sorry, Haas, I don't make the rules, man. You're gonna have to fire a 21D and a 28G and a 48B if you want that to happen. And then you shiver, keel over, and die feet from your front door because you can't manage to get it open. Oops. You try to put the keys in the lock and they fall out of your hands. Anyway. So Mistopheles is free and he just says, thanks.
Sorry for the delay.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I would have gotten out of there eventually.
Oh, of course.
Mungo, Jerry, and Rumpelteazer use this opportunity to laugh and walk away. Before he notices them and quite possibly gets upset.
Is there a place nearby that this cat can warm up?
No, not really. But as you're asking that, he does a few arcane gestures and conjures a rather large flame held within his hand. Like
that's good.
He is hunched over his cupped palms, which produce a campfire-sized flame.
Whoa.
Wait, let's cut out the middleman. He says, as he sort of like thinks back upon himself. Oh man, let's see if I can use my rhyming dictionary powers. Because there is a very particular spell.
Okay.
And, like, so he
JJ seems to be talking to my mother. I don't know what's going on.
Oh,
I'm a
no.
little frightened.
I'm about to say, be very afraid. While he's holding the flames in one hand, he begins sort of like dancing and tracing something with his other. As he says, "Oh, to dare so might be so bold. At the very least, protect me from the cold." And then he stops shivering immediately. There we are.
Better?
Yes, much.
Sorry for the sneakiness of the duel.
No,
I would say she's not usually like that, but she always is.
It's fine. I should know better. I've dueled drow that have done worse. Ugh. One time, I challenged a drow mage to a one-on-one, one artifact fight. As soon as the starting whistle gets rung, this bolt of arcane energy comes out of the crowds and smashes me in the back, nearly flaying me alive. And when we get into it, he says, "Well, you never said I had to be the one holding it." Prick.
Oh, that is sneaky.
Isn't it? I'm not going to forget that one anytime soon. Anyway.
Are all the drow like that?
Yes. You must phrase your contracts very carefully. Last time Deuteronomy made one with them, he conjured a devil just to proofread it.
I wish I could say that's the only time I've heard that happen.
But did you ever have that barbed devil proofread a contract, or did you just write the contract?
He wasn't allowed to proofread his own contract.
Right.
He went over it with Niamisa, and they were going to change things together.
Right. Man, I remember in the evil game. I don't remember. We had a lesser devil lord in our employ,
Mm-hmm.
and we made him our personal lawyer. He always
That's
took
so
a,
smart.
He always took a big cut, but goddamn, did he get results? I mean, he would always get like 60% of everything we got through his contracts, but it was always foolproof, fail-proof.
Well, Infernal is definitely the language you want to write a contract in.
Damn right. The hard part is finding a devil you can trust. I mean, obviously you could bribe one, but who has the time?
Just carry one around in your head.
He gives you a sort of worried look. And then Holt, you get a comment. Um, Holt, you get the distinct impression that the King of Devils does not bribe.
Understood.
What's that? One of my favorite magic cards of all time? Is it time to browbeat? Oh, Jesus. Whoopsie doopsie.
Oh, come on, Holt was just making a joke.
Oh no, I'm just doing a thing.
Okay.
Don't mind me.
Ah, yes.
Yes. Take 5 damage, or I draw 3 cards. What? This is extortion. Yeah, now you get it.
Even the threat of power has power.
Kamal was kind of an asshole before he calmed down and turned into a hippie. Probably my favorite extension of that anger is the other card that is in this Miyu, which is Breaking Point. Take 6 damage or I blow everything up. And the flavor text is a single word. Enough. Good fucking shit. Anyway.
Now that you're all thawed out, we were hoping we could have a few words.
Why? What do you want to know?
Well, when we were speaking to Deuteronomy, he made mention that the mothers here that their children are more kittens instead of people kittens,
Yes.
and I just wondered if you had any more information on that. Maybe having an outsider look into it might be able to help you.
Maybe, but doubtful. As near as I can tell, it's related to some sort of subconscious morphogenic desire to be a cat instead of a man. Simply put, it's simpler that way. Our carefree nature is killing us.
That's not at all something I could help with.
Exactly. Think about all the things that you have to deal with on a daily basis.
It would be a lot easier if I was a cat.
Exactly. All you need to worry about is where your next meal comes from, and hell, in order to do that, all you need to do is bat those pretty eyelashes and kill a few rats for the local maiden, and she'll give you a saucer of milk.
But how do they know when they're not even born yet?
I guess that's the last thing I need to figure out. I really don't know. All I do know is that they have some way of tapping into that knowledge. Trust me, I've investigated my fair share of kittens.
Mm.
And possibly an unpleasant surgical procedure. A Valenian section.
That was in response to the maiden giving him the bowl of milk. So.
Oh, right. Anyway, no, I doubt there's something you can do. It's something clearly far more endemic to the very state of our people. Maybe it's just to keep birth numbers in line. Think of it, we do have litters, up to 6 at a time.
Maybe if we get the world in better shape, then things will be better.
Maybe. Who knows?
Let us know if you think there's anything we can do.
I guess so. I mean, if there's something within your power, yes, I'll bring it to your attention. Gracious.
All right.
Thank you.
Where to now, folks?
We should probably, do you think we should tell Solandra about the no smoking rule so she can get it all out of her system now?
Do you think she could show restraint and just wait, smoke her supply away? When we're not going into drow lands? I don't want her to make herself sick. I'm not going to say anything until we're on the road.
I feel like I should tell her.
You go ahead. I've told her enough bad news. She'll take it easier coming from. You're adorable and you only do fun drugs.
Clem kind of shakes her head and, all right.
Back inside then?
Mm.
Don't let her do it. Anyway,
we go back inside Deuteronomy's place.
you go in and like the guest rooms are there are beds, but they're not like people beds. It's just like a giant pile of cushions
Oh, ideal.
with no blankets.
How about perches? Slander would love a perch. Like if it was like a,
Like a
10
cat
feet up.
tree?
Yeah, exactly. That would be like her ideal bed. Of course, she'll probably just be like hovering.
I think the closest thing you can find is there's something like that in the kindergarten. Where exemplary kittens can play and be tested under the scrutinous eyes of old Deuteronomy. Halt, do you sleep?
I don't know, do I?
I don't know, do you?
What am I rolling?
I mean, you don't have to roll anything to sleep. You just need to roll to stay awake. Unless, of course, there are certain unpleasant nightmares you're trying desperately to flee from.
We did just recently go to Armstrong.
Will save.
Okay. Oh boy, what's that? 17.
Sleep. Who needs sleep? You'll just rest your eyes for a second, and oh no, here come the nightmares.
Oh no. Thanks, Reynold.
You're welcome.
I didn't know you guys were going to sleep.
Oh, I was thinking like.
I've got something for you, I think. If I can just find the image. Here we go. Got it. Nah, something more like this.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Oh shit, the
Oh.
firebombing of Dresden. That's a good one.
I was
Yeah.
just about to mention that one.
Did you mean the topic of my thesis film?
Oh boy!
That no one wanted to hear me say? And I had to educate one of the professors who tried to tell me wrong things about history during animatic night.
Good. Fuck him. Also,
Her, and she's awful.
found basically the gif I was looking for.
Excellent. Thank you
You're welcome!
for the nightmares.
It's what I'm here for. Have some sweet, sweet suffering.
Always.
Always. Like, do you remember when you guys butchered what remained of Erlon's army?
Yes.
How long
Yeah.
did that take? Wasn't it like,
Hours.
Wasn't it like 12 hours of just like literally stabbing people until they died?
It was like
Yeah.
6 hours.
It was like 6 hours.
They're essentially
Straight hours.
sick and packed into so densely that they could barely move.
Like, that was 6 hours. The destruction of Armstrong took 6 seconds. That's not enough time. That's too much death and not enough time in it. It's just wrong. Anyway.
Never gonna forget it.
Never
Thank
forget. You're welcome. I am here to destroy you. It's what I exist for. Anyway. Clementine, you make a little nest with Toby. It is fantastic.
This is awesome.
And Salandra, I assume you trance?
Yep. Yep. I study my books and I trance.
Sounds good. No, I feel like giving everyone awful dreams. It's not fair just to give them to Halt.
Yeah, fuck you guys.
Up to you. But I am so fucking cozy. I would have a
Technically,
hard time having bad
I'm
dreams.
meditating.
Oh, here we go. Clementine, you have an awful dream. You are in a room made of the cruelest rusted metal. You cannot hear the word of Gaia. Not her whispers, not her lullabies, not even the cries. Not even the cries and lamentations of tears when she weeps for her lost Luna, taken from her so long ago to orbit the Earth, forever out of reach. You spend, you sort of get up from your from your corner of the room and notice that your body has been adorned with black leathers. No amount of it is able to escape. And when you you're sort of like in a prison. Ooh, let me see if I can find something better. Ooh. we are. That's good. When you go to the barred window at the door of your prison cell, you look upon it and realize that it's not a barred window, it is a mirror. And looking back at you is a horrible misshapen face that none of your own. And as you back away from its horrible visage to go weep in the corner of the dark and brackish room, you can feel nothing but complete isolation and despair.
Oh.
There we go. How's that? Was that good? You're the doll face. Have fun. Maybe you'll find an eventuality to die, but almost certainly not.
Can I wake up?
No. You sort of spend a few hours there, but when you wake up, you feel completely rested.
I'm gonna cuddle with Holt.
You can't cuddle with Holt. He's not there, but you can cuddle with Toby.
I will cuddle with Toby.
Good. Oh man, I need to hunt. What do I find to haunt Salandra?
Oh, cigarettes.
Jesus.
No, cigarettes. Oh, no.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, I found an image and I felt compelled to share. I call it Graced with a Performance by the Lord Ali Damara. He's gonna shred that fiddle apart. He'll kick you apart. He'll kick you apart. He'll save the children, but not the orcish children. He'll save the children, but not the orcish children. Alright. Oh, Jesus. That's one hell of a Halloween costume. Sorry, one guy is dressed up as the cleric of Ali Damara, and he shaved off part of his beard and one of his eyebrows.
Commitment.
Commitment. Make it work.
Gotta respect it.
Oh, man. Salandra, I know what you dream about. You are sitting at the, you enter your trance and it's deeper than usual. You walk up, you're at a country fair, something you're not very familiar with, and as you walk up to,
We have those in District 2.
a few here and there.
I mean, the giant scorpion boils were fabulous.
Almost as good as rubbery lumps. I'm just kidding. They're way better than rubbery lumps. Don't eat those. Rubbery lumps are not for eating. They're for surviving. You walk up to like sort of like a cork gun stand. Normally you'd have a cork attached to an air gun at the end of a string, and you would fire it and you would try to hit certain targets and you'd win a prize. But you realize all of the targets on this stand form a tree, a family tree. And each of the members of the family tree represents a family member in your lineage. And it goes all the way up to the tall branches that you can barely see and down to the roots that you barely know. And as all of the people on the tree cry out and say, "Hello, Salandra Batalis. It's so glad to finally meet you. We have so much to discuss and there is so much for you to know," something destroys them. Some malicious youngsters armed with the cork guns shoot them all away. Everyone that's hit either shatters as if glass or is like wounded as a 3-inch figure would be by a cork going several hundred miles per hour. Like, often they hit their invisible platforms upon which they stand so hard that their bones shatter and their skulls splinter. Some of which just like keel over, having been struck altogether too hard, and die instantly. Until the branches of the tree are aflame and destroyed, reaching down to your mother, your uncle, and a shaded figure that appears to be your father. And when you look down upon the brother at your side, he crumbles to dust.
Fuck.
There we go. Was that good? Was that haunting?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just gotta know if I still got it.
You do still got it.
Nice. That being said, Solandra, when you awaken, you're more rested than you've ever been.
Great.
Hulk, that also goes for you.
Oh, really?
You feel it's almost a crime that you've rest so well.
Did your parents realize something wicked this way comes in the?
No, never. I just know what makes me feel bad, so I need to latch onto what makes you all feel bad. I just need to find all your insecurities and just latch right the fuck on there.
I wear mine on my sleeve, lucky for you.
I know, you're easy. Solandra's a little trickier, but I know.
You haven't button.
Oh, I'm sorry, you cut out.
I said you haven't pushed the Gadra button for a while.
No, not yet. Well, I mean, that's what's going to happen when you face the red fear.
I know.
That's when the other shoe is going to drop, and it's going to drop big like a thwomp onto a seesaw.
Yeah.
Anyway, don't you guys have a dungeon to go into?
We do have a dungeon to go into. Where's McCavity?
Hey, just one little bit of logistics. If we use the music box to go to the vault, does the music box go with us into the vault and return us to the last place we were at? Or does it stay on the other side and leave a portal? How does it work?
It takes you in, and then it brings you back to where you were.
Okay, so it's not leaving in the vault. Okay.
Nope.
Just thought I'd check.
Solandra, I have some news that I have to share with you that's very important, even though it's kind of sad.
Oh, fuck.
As
You know, Clem, I had the most fucked up dreams just tonight, so...
Oh, shit, really? You too?
Yeah. So, alright, hit me. Fucking hit me.
When we get to the Drow City, you can't smoke. It's against the law, and they punish it very severely.
What if I hit people with fireball?
Strangely enough, that's not illegal.
They don't have anything against murder.
Oh. Alright, I guess they're technically them smoking. Alright, that's good. Fuck. I'm almost out anyway. I have to go back to the ship to restock. I was trying to figure out what dried mushrooms I could use, but some of them really do weird shit.
You're telling me. Never experiment with.
Yeah, it's not a good idea.
You remember my one experience, right?
Yeah, that was just a bad trip. We've all had those.
Didn't I have blood? It's like pretty much every, like my eyes, nose, mouth.
I mean, I think
ears.
most of that was based on the beatdown that Doskius gave you.
No. It was the whisper.
Oh no!
I'm really sure it was the whisper.
I thought I was gonna sleep so good on all those pillows.
It was good in theory. Like I'm not tired.
All right, we're not going to the Drow City, so I guess I have to get used to this. Also, I could vanish my cigarettes. So it might be awkward. Smoking an invisible cigarette.
You would hate to drop it. More so, you would hate to like poke yourself in the face.
Yeah, I put the wrong end in my mouth.
Who wants some hot ash?
Oh, thanks for reminding me. I'd like to arrange Jakar's holster on my belt so that's resting more on the small of my back than by my side, so it's covered up by my cloak.
But say, so there's a law against open firearms. You can conceal them, but you're not allowed to show them.
Fair enough. Was that restricted to in public or?
No.
Okay.
So can you guys tell me the rest of the law I have to fucking deal with in this place? Who did you talk to anyway?
Grisabella.
Was really sad.
The washed-up adventurer, but incredible stories. I'll show Solandra the weird map that she drew for us.
Solandra, do you have any knowledge in like history or map making or anything like that?
History.
History will do the trick.
You need a roll?
Yes.
And
Can I also roll for history?
You may.
not one of my stronger skills.
Oh, is it only a +10?
Only +8.
14 for history.
You can provide support. Reading a map is tricky business, but between the two of you, you're able to figure out Grisabella's map pretty well. It is just purely difficult to read because it's a three-dimensional object presented on two-dimensional space. She was also really drunk when she drew it. She was also recording it all from memory. I'm just so happy with myself that I'm still good at composing nightmares.
Yeah, those were delicious.
When in doubt, just give someone a nightmare. Why? It just happens. No reason.
Oh, my italics fucked up.
Chris got me to have my character sit for the dawn as a vampire, without knowing it was a night. That was fun.
Whew.
Anyway, where are y'all headed to next?
Find a cavity.
Oh,
We need a guide.
you find a library, and there is a McCavity there who has next to him a saucer of what appears to be milk. Can someone make a knowledge, like an alchemy roll?
You got it. A 9.
Oh.
And even 20.
There we go. Dave, what's the name of the milk bar from A Clockwork Orange?
Oh God, I don't remember.
That's fine.
This is not normal milk.
The Korova milk bar. Let's just say what he's drinking would fit in right perfect at the Korova milk bar.
Solandra realizes what it is and doesn't say anything to Clementine.
Yes, Clementine, drink the drugged milk. Everything will be fine.
At least she won't say. She try to Toby some of the milk. And be like, eh. Actually, I get pretty freaking distracted by the library part of this.
Unfortunately, most of it is written in catfolk.
Fuck.
Some of it's written in Draconic, though.
I can read that.
Oh,
Fuck.
man. Let me find...
I can read that.
Let me see if I can find a random book name generator.
There is a random book name generator. I use it all the time.
There we go. Book title generator. Found it. You find Snakes and Warriors, Phantoms and Gods, Tower Without Shame, and Nymph of Darkness.
That one sounds interesting.
Which one?
Nymph of Darkness.
Nymph of Darkness. It's a book about Kira. As you're thumbing through it before anyone makes McCavity, before anyone wakes McCavity, not makes McCavity. Oh God, make me a McCavity. Make me one with everything.
Oh, Mr. Sandman.
Send me a man. Bum, 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 bum.
Bum.
Basically, the Nymph of Darkness shows off sort of like the darker side of Kira. Basically, every time she came to someone, she would offer them the choice of salvation or damnation. And it's always a choice. You always have the power to choose. And, you know, if you choose salvation, you'll be welcomed into her open arms, and she'll do everything to help you and make things right, and, you know, real sissy, lovey-dovey, good guy crap. And then there's damnation, and the wrath that she visits upon those who willingly choose damnation in the face of the succor of the angel goddess is terrible. Like, Greek tragedy terrible. Like, do you remember when Medea killed her kids to make her husband upset and then stole Apollo's chariot to ride off into the sky while she burned their ancestral home? Yeah, that's the kind of shit that Kira does to those who willingly choose damnation. Do you remember that one time Arachne weaved better than Juno and then she turned her into a fucking spider for being so smug about it, even though she totally won?
It was actually Athena, but yeah.
My bad.
Because sometimes Athena's a bit of a bitch.
What?
She is. I love Athena.
Does anyone wake up McCavity?
Yes.
I was going to look at one of the books, but I'm kind of interested in this one, so I distracted.
Go up to him casually, just lay a hand on his shoulder.
Like, almost before... You're not sure whether your hand touches his shoulder or not before he just sort of jolts awake and shakes his face. You know, his coat... His coat amuck, but even when it's amuck, it can't help but look good. It's like when you wake up with bedhead and you're like, no, keep that.
Good morning.
Hi. How are you?
Just fine.
Oh, good. What's up, Holt?
We were... Clementine, when I went to talk to Grisabella, managed to find her without too much trouble.
Salandra kind of weaves herself, looks at McCavity's eye, and moves her finger in front of it.
Like, he can barely keep track of it, and then he just sort of, like, knocks your finger away, like, no, stop. like a cat will, just, like, knocking a glass off a table, just like, no. That goes away now.
I'm going to use, while he's talking to Holt, thaumaturgy to make a little dot appear on Holt's chest and have it sort of dance back and forth along his chest, and not thaumaturgy, just prestidigitation.
Right. Like McCafferty sluggishly gestures a paw towards whole chest and is like, meh.
What?
Meh.
Something wrong? Are you okay?
You have a dot on you.
I look down.
It's not there anymore. It's on his forehead.
Should I be worried about you?
No, it's fine. Grisabella, why'd you talk to that old hag?
You told me to go talk to her.
Oh,
Or
right. Yeah, I did, didn't
you
I?
and Deuteronomy.
Sorry. That was like, what, a whole day ago?
Like 16 hours, maybe?
Yeah, that's way too long. I'm sorry, Hole. I live in the moment. I live in the now. When he says now, it sounds a lot like meow.
So I take it you're not in any shape to go raiding tombs.
Oh, God, no. I'm not going back in there. Are you fucking crazy?
And here I thought the whole point was to bring you along.
Oh, God, no. I want to live. You guys can go in there. I ain't going.
Solandra's hand darts out. It's the hand that has that Hydra tattoo you guys noticed,
Mm-hmm.
and grabs hold of McCavity's forehead.
And, like, there's not much response. He doesn't stop you. He's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, sweet thing?
I use regenerate to heal his the ability score damage to his his mental attributes.
Like there's like he grabs on to your wrist and like tries to wrench you free, but is incapable of doing so as he's racked with awful, terrible pain, and he falls out of his chair and he just screeches.
The tattoo kind of dances.
Why? Why do you do this? Why do you do this to me? I just want to take a day off. Oh, God. Why does it have to hurt so bad?
The question I find myself pretty frequently. Recently.
So does that mean he's back to full capacity?
I mean, yeah, but full capacity still isn't enough to get through there. There aren't any traps. It's just got locked doors.
We have no way of dealing with those.
Just open them. Kick them open. Break them down. The denizens don't care.
What do they care about?
I don't know. To be honest, they kind of... They're unsettling. That's all I can say. Sure, they chase you out, but... Sure, they chase you out and they have a watchful eye and they try to kill you, but... With their sort of might, they could destroy the city, but they don't want to.
So they just have very specific orders that they keep to.
I guess. But why would they be designed or programmed to work that way? I don't know.
Did they communicate like intelligent beings? Do they just seem mindless constructs following a program?
Some of them do. The elementals occasionally seem sorrowful, joyful maybe? You'd have to ask Gus more about that. I don't know about that sort of thing. The golems, on the other hand, definitely specific set of very sophisticated instructions. What those instructions are, I don't know.
Any other magic besides the golems and the constructs? I mean, like any. You said there are no traps. What about like latent spells or effects?
Well, apparently Marduk lives there still.
Huh?
You'll hear his words when you enter.
Oh,
Well, that would have been handy if Scion.
Yeah, thanks for telling us that now.
I mean, it makes no sense. He's clearly dead. He's clearly a god. He's obviously not there.
You okay?
yeah, I moved my computer and tipped the modem over.
Oops.
There we go. All better.
Well, we need a guide there.
Fine, I can take you there if you wish.
Thank you.
So, are any of your people followers of
No. Strangely enough, living in his city destroys the mystique about him.
Oh, hey, can I borrow this?
What? Oh, the book, the Nymph of Darkness. He just shrugs and said, "You don't have to ask Deuteronomy that. All these books are really his." He's not here right now. He's gone to the Heaviside lair.
I guess I can take a little look at it when I come back.
No telling how long he'll be gone. He says Heaviside lair like it's something you should understand. It means nothing to you.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, no.
like it bears the weight of far off place that no one else can go. It's like he was referring to hell or heaven or something. Just like, where is it? You know, go to hell. He's in hell. Oh, got it.
Solandra, you can detect magic, right?
Yeah.
So you'd be able to tell if a place divinely consecrated?
Yeah, I mean that's usually a pretty strong enchantment. I mean, we're talking about should be pretty obvious.
To be direct, I'm getting a little suddenly worried that I might have some trouble being a scion of my foe.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not a bad observation, Paul. Solandra seems surprised, but surprised.
Mm.
I don't know what we can do about it. The most obvious thing would be a spell like, you know, there are some very low-level protection spells that can usually ward off the other side.
Mhm.
So something, you know, it's clerical though. I have
Well-
access to Clementine protection from good.
No.
Let's not make it a problem before it is one. It's just something I'm thinking of. I have to say it out loud or I lose it.
Well, your nature might too.
But you're still a good person. So it should be okay.
Yes, Halt. You are still a good person.
Despite everything. Despite my best effort.
Holt's physiology is now largely fiendish. I mean, he's not natively evil, but he is still a fiend.
Thank you.
I mean, but wouldn't Marduk be okay with that?
I don't think that Marduk is as forgiving as Kira.
Forgiveness is
Well,
not in his purview. Only
I,
justice.
I hand him the book. Read that before you make any snap judgments.
Halt, do you drink Draconic? Do you speak Draconic?
Bold of you to assume I can read, he says with a smile. Seriously though, I don't speak that Italian.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Let's say Little Miss ain't quite as pristine as one sometimes might think. I say snidely. It's partially for the effect.
There's got to be a reason why each of us are chosen.
1 second, I gotta use the bathroom. But keep going.
Piss break!
Second snack break.
Listen. Me just want to walk down.
Need piss. Need piss. We haven't eaten for a week, so you haven't.
I'm back.
Alright, where were you?
Is Pitch back? Pitch!
Is Pidge dead?
Just putting dishes in the kitchen.
Nah, man. Pidge is dead.
Alright, well, if that's the case, then there's an axe murderer in my house. And that means I get to use this! Well, it doesn't make a nice unsheathing sound, but it is a very prominent blade.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Oh, behemoth golems.
Can you not?
Let's not do that.
Well, behemoth golems are basically moving castles.
Huh.
The fuck? A behemoth golem typically has a stronghold built upon its back. Up to 8 medium creatures can occupy this tower by climbing onto the behemoth golem and occupying it. A creature occupying the tower can choose either to hide in the castle's interior or stand on the parapet around the perimeter of the tower, gaining partial cover thanks to the battlements. A behemoth golem's castle moves with the creature itself, and though creatures occupying the castle count as occupying the same square as the golem, they cannot be engaged in melee unless the opponent is also occupying the castle. A behemoth golem can shake off unwanted occupants by making combat maneuver rolls. Creatures standing on the parapet that fail their save fall out of the castle, landing in the nearest empty square and taking falling damage. creatures hiding within the castle that failed their saves are jumbled about, taking a serious amount of bludgeoning damage.
Boy.
Also, a behemoth golem can stomp its feet to create an earthquake. You know, the 8th level spell. By the way, this spell has no effect in the deep waters of the ocean. Good.
Hi, I'm Paige. Welcome to my ASMR channel. Today I'm going to be opening a can of orange soda.
Crisp.
To the maximum.
Ooh, yeah.
So, McCavity, you were going to take us to Gus, correct?
I could do that, yeah. I mean, he's not hard to find. He's spends day and night outside that theater of his. He used to be quite the performer, you know.
Really?
And he was quite the adventurer. Now he's not quite much to anything. Seems to happen to us a lot. He says, as he leads you outside of Deuteronomy's tower and into the streets.
If you didn't have bad luck, you wouldn't have any luck at all.
Right? We save all of our good luck for surviving, I guess. And at the end of our lives, there's nothing left.
Deuteronomy seems to be doing pretty.
He's not... He's of us, but he's not one of us. Catch my drift?
He's the progenitor.
Exactly. Or more accurately, we are of him, but we are not among him. Like a half-elf is of elves, but not an elf.
Lucky them.
And he leads you to the theater. And outside of it...
I wave at I wave at Mistopheles as we pass by.
He is no longer encased in ice, but you do find him on the street, and he gives you a mean and dirty look before he goes back into the building he walked out of. Gossip travels quickly among catfolk.
What's he complaining about? I didn't piss on him.
When you approach the theater, Gus is like inside the ticket booth, fast asleep. But he looks up at you with old, tired eyes and stretches with palsied paws. McCavity, he says with a nod. And the young Mrs. and Masters.
Morning.
Oh, I'm being summoned. Hold on.
Yep. The Dave is being summoned. So what do you leave in a circle to summon the Dave?
To summon Dave or to summon Salandra?
Salandra.
Salandra's easy. Coffee and cigarettes.
Oh, right. Duh. Obviously. So simple. Leave the coffee and cigarettes and the elf will come. It is only
Dave, I would leave his purple D20.
Right.
Subway ticket.
Yep.
How old-fashioned. I don't think I've ever used one of those. We had tokens, and then we had
Metro cards.
Charlie cards for Bostonians, please.
Of course. Excuse me.
Yes, Salandra, coffee, cigarette, and a book. A good book, or lots of books.
Quantity beats quality.
Quality would be good too. A little porn doesn't hurt.
Good to know.
Give me some of that good smut.
coffee, cigarettes, a smut novel, and an experienced tattooist.
That poor tattoo artist. Guys, why am I here? Anyway,
We just need a little of your blood.
we just need a little bit. I summon a clone. What kind of clone? Just a clone. That's not paint. That's his skin. Anyway, you have summoned Beelzebozo, the clown lord. What now? No. You are engaged with Gus, the cat of the theater house, in conversation. And
Well?
he's wondering why you're here.
We're about to embark into Marduk's resting place, and we heard that you were a great adventurer.
I was once. Lost my better half though.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. He says you all succeed on your sense motive rolls. It is most definitively not fucking okay.
Yeah.
Never is.
Did you ever venture into the tomb?
No, not really. I thought of the treasures that it might contain, but you'll hear the warning when you go in. It just sort of got to me. I spent some time around the tunnels, though. Outside the city, here and there.
Have you been to the Drows?
No, I'll admit I never went that far. I just fended off the threats. Beholders, undead. I fought the drow when they came to us, but I never went to them in turn. Faced a mind flare.
Nasty business.
Definitely. Thankfully, there were too much. We were too much for it to handle.
Very good.
Anyway, sorry I can't help you too much with Marduk's tomb and all that.
No,
That's
that's
okay.
not-
Just be careful in there, all right?
We will.
I get the distinct impression that the Guardians, it's a little cliched, a little hackneyed perhaps, but they're not protecting the treasure from you. They're protecting you from the treasure.
I was afraid you'd say something like that.
Of course, just because treasure's dangerous doesn't mean it isn't valuable. A lot of the most
Those two
valuable...
start going hand in hand.
Exactly. The most valuable things on this planet are often the most dangerous.
Yeah, valuable.
I don't think friendship is dangerous.
That's. Think about the things you do for a friend. You lay your life on the line. You potentially kill and die for a friend.
Exactly. And just because that's good doesn't mean it ain't dangerous.
I can't think of two things more dangerous than friendship.
Let me run this one by you, little one. Sorry, I'm feeling a little spiteful this morning. Somebody woke me up. Now, big boy, he says, pointing to Holt. I see you got your little lightning pistol there. Let's say I was wielding such a weapon. Now, let's say I pointed at you and say, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to kill you. What would you do?
I would fight you.
Exactly. Now, let's say I take your little friend there, point the gun at her skull, and say, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to kill her.
I would be more willing to listen to your.
Exactly. And that's why friendship is dangerous. Beautiful, wonderful, fantastic. And one of the most dangerous things of all.
That's a very good point.
Sorry, I ain't had my morning gin yet. Give me a minute.
No,
Hey.
no, that's okay.
And he reaches over for what appears to be a dragon's tooth and uncorks a bottle and pours a conservative amount of gin into it and sips from it slowly, placing it gently into a little sconce by the ticket taker.
If you remember, how do you fight a beholder?
Gotta be careful. Lots of things they can do. The eyes that float around its body, they do a lot of nasty things. They can turn you to stone, turn you to dust. Your best bet is to use as much magic as you possibly can, as dangerous as possible. Then it'll lead its center eye on you. The center eye makes it so people can't use magic. You're stuck using swords and fists. But that means it can't use its most powerful abilities.
What's that?
What was that?
The turning to stone and sand?
And he nods.
Alright.
That's the deadly
Then-
stuff. Worse yet, you can turn you against your friends. Shit, they can turn you against yourself.
Well, the magic and swords, we've got that handled.
Good.
So straight down the pipe, then.
He cocks his head a bit, not exactly knowing what you mean.
Face that center eye you're talking about. We
Yep.
can't cast on it, but it can't cast on us.
Exactly. Turns everything off. It's a nasty bit of business. Powerful but fleeting. Bear in mind, Beholder's not willing to use it. It knows it puts it at an awful disadvantage. That's why you gotta make whatever you got worse than whatever it's gonna do.
Not that we'd ever want to treat with such a beast, but are they intelligent? Sentient?
Yeah. Wicked smart. Deadly smart. Bad smart. Too smart, maybe. The issue isn't that they're dumb. The issue is that they hate everything. They're scared of us. They're scared of everything. And I know what you're thinking. Something that big, something that scary, something like that. What's it got to be afraid of us for? Doesn't matter. They don't take chances. Bet it
They
has
speak
something-
Aklo, don't they?
That they do. Bet it has something to do with how they reproduce, though.
Do I want to know how they reproduce?
Not like mind flayers, right?
No, mind flayers put a tadpole in your head and then it turns you into a mind flayer. Nasty business, but not so bad. The way beholders do it, it's a different kind of worse. Basically, two beholders get into a fight. The loser gets injected with eggs, and then it just sort of waddles around while the other beholders eat it from the inside out.
Oh,
Huh. Okay. That's, appropriately awful. Thank you.
I think that's the worst thing I've ever heard.
So maybe that's why they don't like anyone intruding. Maybe they just had a long series of bad visitors. Moose ears. That's like from the book, textbook. That's how beholders reproduce.
So gross.
And like they only have like 5 babies.
Well, I don't want to have overpopulation of freaking monsters that can disintegrate.
Fair enough. Fair enough. A beholder's abilities include and are limited to Here we go. Charm, paralyze, fear, slow, enervation, and telekinesis. Oh, and then there's sleep, petrification, and disintegration. And then there is, of course, the most powerful and legendary of beholders have a death ray.
Thanks, I hate it.
And then, of course, there's the center eye, which emanates a 150-foot cone of anti-magic. Nah, magic's off. What do you mean? I mean, it's fucking off. We're done.
If I summon something and it casts that, does the summon go away?
Yes. The magic that ties it to the material plane from where it came from is severed instantly.
Oh, okay. Alright.
I mean, look at the bright side. From a magical perspective, it'll simply send the creature back from wherever it was summoned from.
That's a good point.
That being said, the return trip is probably not going to be very courteous.
Oh.
I do have a question.
Shoot.
Gus, do you know anything about dragons? Have you?
I met a few.
Deuteronomy said to us that we should be wary to mention the wingless ones, but he didn't say what.
The what ones?
Wingless?
They're not too proud of it. It represents what they've lost. Like, you used to be human, didn't you?
Yes.
What if I told you? What if I brought that up to you every single day of the week? What if that was the only thing that I cared about you? Where's your skin, Halt? Where'd it go?
I imagine I wouldn't be.
Exactly.
Alright, understood. I just didn't know if it was something darker than
No.
niceties.
Something about them not being able to fly means they're not born with wings anymore. It makes them very upset.
I can understand that. Well, that's all. Leave you to your business.
Are there many chambers like this? And looking about this cavern, it's monumental. I had wondered what the point of dragons having was, but if there are more caverns this size, I imagine they could fly.
No, not generally this big, no. And even so, even a cavern this large can't match the splendor of the open sky.
So most of these dragons haven't flown in hundreds of years.
Nope. If they have, it's been merely a short jaunt. Nothing like flying, I don't know, over the entire city. I hear you got ships up there. What was it like walking around?
Slow.
And what's it like flying around?
Faster. More fun.
Exactly. That's what they're missing.
Yeah, I can't imagine it. Once you've flown, not doing it becomes kind of fucking unimaginable.
And yet to some of us, it's a grim reality.
I suppose we should be on our way. Thank you.
As we leave, slip the goggles on and back.
Do you slip the goggles on and take a look at them?
Yep.
Okay, so you slip the goggles on, and there's Gus, the aged palsy-ridden cat who has a very hard time, like, drinking his tooth full of gin and, like, waving at people. And then around him is a menacing but dead aura.
Menacing but dead.
Before we leave, Clementine just kind of pops up to the window, and says, also she's sorry for Friar for.
Like he just looks at you and doesn't know how to respond.
Just kind of gives him a smile and waves. Bye.
So the reason why Salam is he made a statement saying, for some of us that's a grim reality, in response to her saying, once you've flown it's hard to step away.
Exactly.
So Salandra had a momentary inkling that he could be a dragon.
No, the dead aura that you see sort of mixed with his looks like this. And like they're even dead, there is power in it, but none of it is here. Or Nate.
Do I have any idea what the fuck to make of that? I mean, is he a cleric to a dead god?
Make a knowledge arcane roll.
Uh, 33.
33. That'll do the trick. You guess he is a very rare form of spellcaster, a summoner.
And that's an Eidolon.
That would be his Eidolon, yes. And what
Whoa.
happens to a summoner without an Eidolon? Like,
They're not really casters anymore, right?
exactly. You lose everything. And that thing is just sort of like the ghostly imprint of his Eidolon. And like you can tell that, so like if he was a summoner, you got a 33, right?
Yep.
Yeah. If he was a summoner, like if your Eidolon dies, you can get a new Eidolon. It's tricky business, but it's not impossible. But considering the fact that the aura of the dead Eidolon is here with him, even though he is alive, you get the distinct impression that the connection between the two of them was too powerful and therefore irreplaceable. And the thing about an Eidolon is that you can't just like bring it back to life. We're talking about like something that lives on the astral plane. Like, it's bringing it back to life is a monumental undertaking. You would have to do centuries of research alone just to understand what the fuck you were even doing. And this thing was clearly tied to him in a powerful way. You've heard rumors and theories, like Aziz mentioned long ago, on the subject of summoners. There was one summoner, and his Eidolon was like just sort of like a green slime monster, and they were cool. They were bros. He died. Man, it was a terrible tragedy. He just like literally out of nowhere, stray bullet caught him in the skull, died instantly. No one knows who or what killed him. It was a freak accident, and it kind of shook everybody a lot. Anyway, point being, Aziz postulated that it would be possible for a summoner to fuse with their Eidolon to become one being for at least a brief amount of time. Like, out of game, you would consider it like an Iron Man suit, but the Iron Man suit is alive. And together you can do way more than you can do apart, etc., blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, Moose here was actually interested in that summoner archetype, but it's
Yeah.
Cool.
But in any event, it appears Friar Forfriddle, the Fiend of the Fell, this terrible, monstrous, demon-slaying, demon-looking motherfucker. Well, I mean, you know, everything dies eventually. Eventually, every hero meets their match.
Sigh. Slandra looks gloomy as we walk.
There's a lot of happiness in this town, but there's a lot of gloom as well. I think I used up all of my good luck and my bad luck in the same fall. Anyway, do you approach the Marduk Dome?
We do.
There it is. Expo of Ot 4.
Oh, that's cool.
Interesting.
And McCavity just says, "This is where we part ways. Good luck."
Thank you.
Hey, McCavity. Can we borrow that wand of yours?
Which one?
The one that opens doors?
I wouldn't worry about that.
You don't think?
No. If you can fight the monsters, opening the doors isn't a problem. The issue is I can't fight those monsters.
Well, you know, if I fall in there, you're gonna have to go in there to get this gun.
Ooh, fair enough. Hopefully you've cut a bloody enough swath for me to reach it.
Oh, he will.
Exactly. Good luck.
Thank you, McCavity.
As you walk in through the open doors, the dead, decaying, dust and grime covered dome sparks to life as the bulb lights on the walls flicker to life, some holding, sparking onto that existence as they flash on and off constantly, revealing what had once perhaps been some sort of pre-chosen structure, and at the center of which appears a hologram of Marduk. It's very clearly not him. It's iridescent and dead on, but see-through. Clearly not really there.
Before we walked all the way through the door, Slime does scan back using the goggles and make sure there is no one following us.
Nope. There is no one else around. McCavity's sort of hanging outside, talking to Mungo Jerry and Rumpelteazer, running them through everything he's gone through, but it's just the three of them.
I just had this horrific Daskius and Selena following us into the tomb.
Oh god,
So,
that would be awful.
letting us clear the place.
God, they fucking would.
That's some classic vintage villainy. Alas.
And extreme paranoia.
Ooh.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past me, but it doesn't really fit the situation. They're busy. You guys succeeded on your whole fucking We create a plan that makes it look like we're someplace else. Plan super effective.
Yay!
I mean, you only condemned a paladin to plainlessness to make it happen. But hey, whatever. These things
Don't talk to me.
happen. Speaking of not talking to you, so like the hologram just sort of looks past you all as it announces, "Welcome, daring and do right, to the tomb of Marduk. Know that within there may yet be riches, but what you find that I give you is the truth. Nothing but the terrible, wonderful, unadulterated truth." And something sparks in shorts as his hologram fades out of existence.
Thank you.
That was it.
I mean, if you sit around for too long, it starts up again.
That wasn't that scary.
Clementine, can you think of anything more terrifying in the entire universe than the truth?
I can't, but that's also what I'm addicted to.
Oh, fair enough.
Take my shield out, but not the sword. Yet.
So you're in a 15 by 25 foot room, and you're approaching from the west.
A 25-foot room or a 5-foot room?
15 by 25.
Okay, I was gonna say a 5-foot room is really.
It's very tiny. No.
You're in a hallway.
There's a large plinth at the center.
Let's see if I can piss.
There's a large plinth at the center of the east side. And there is an exit immediately to the south.
Cool.
And the door is stuck and made of metal.
Oh, I missed Rival already.
Me too.
Like, it's not even locked. It's just stuck there.
Here, let me try it.
Is that what the hologram looked like?
Yes.
19.
19. You give the door a shove and open it.
Oh, wonderful.
You give it a good shoulder tackle, and you hear a satisfying thud, and then it creaks open.
Door creaking is more unsettling than the hologram, if we're being honest.
Yeah, all the cats made it sound like it was some sort of Pokemon, but really, it's just kind of pretty.
Make sense motive rolls, those who are curious why the hologram is so terrifying.
Holy shit. 16.
Nice.
21?
Nice.
34.
So you guys think about it and you realize, oh god, this thing is in direct antithetical nature to how the cats live their lives.
Fair enough.
Yes. Truth. That's
Exactly.
true.
Like, something this serious and this grim and determined, when it looks at them and says, all that I offer is the terrible, wonderful, unadulterated truth. Fucking keep it, man. Later, I'm out.
I don't want
this.
it.
I don't want that. So wait, you're telling me the thing that you're going to give me for completing your gauntlet of trials is something I don't fucking want? I'll pass.
Hard
pass. Oh boy. It's time for fun. So, as you walk south down the hall, like 240 paces, you come to a turn that makes you go east. And after 60 feet, I'm sorry, not 60 feet, 35 feet of going east, You are sent by a door that faces the north.
Okay. So far, so good.
The door there is made out of some sort of pre-chosen metal.
Is it locked?
Do you check the doorknob?
Yes.
Check the doorknob, and it is not locked.
Okay, I'm gonna open it.
You open it, and inside there is 4 arms grace the torso of this towering monstrosity. The monster's eyes shine with a mix of intelligence and cruelty. It looks upon you all. This let me make sure that its abilities are what I think they are. Ah, boo! It's not what I thought it was. Damn
Too
it.
late now! Too late!
No, I mean it's something far more dangerous, but not
Oh.
something as delightful. I thought this was the demon that releases a stench so awful that it causes its subjects to uncontrollably vomit. Unfortunately,
Those are Hezru, right?
Hezru,
the
that's a Hezru.
frog one.
This one's the Glebru.
Yeah, so this is... Yeah.
And I mean, I am totally confident in telling you that because Holt, you recognize it immediately. Your hidden advantage tells you immediately that's a Glebru. Be careful. And she looks upon. Wait, which one's the Gleb? Damn it! Now I have to look up Glebru because I don't remember what they really look like. Oh, okay.
Big, muscular dudes.
It's a giant fucking crab demon.
Oh, crap, demon.
Crap,
Yep.
demon.
Look at this
Yep.
motherfucker.
Jesus.
It's a big boy. It's hunched in here. It clearly had to use some sort of power to shrink itself down to fit through the door. And around it is an incredibly like precarious, like stupid big ritual. And it just looks around at all of you and like notices you in particular, Holt, and just like whispers in abyssal. Really? Really?
I don't speak that.
Gemma
I
translates.
speak infernal. Oh.
Does anyone here speak abyssal? Salandra, did you go to abyssal class?
I did go to Abyssal class. So I speak Abyssal.
Awesome. Then you can hear its tone of like pure like not like disbelief, but just are you kidding me? Is this happening to me right now? Salandra, make a knowledge religion check.
Knowledge, religion, not planes?
Not planes.
Okay. 37.
37. You look at the ritual that it's doing on the floor, and it is a grand summoning and defilement ritual.
Holy fuck.
It is very clear that this thing has been laboring for months or perhaps years to defile the site of Marduk's burial. And here you fuckers are.
Do I know a way of disrupting that ritual?
Oh, there's no need. It's not even complete.
Okay.
This is not like oh, you managed to find it seconds before its inevitable betrayal. No. This ritual is like clearly months away from completion. We're gonna need like maybe 3 gallons of virgin blood. Where are you gonna find that in the Catfolk City? Am I right?
Hey.
An angel's
No.
wing, 8,000 human teeth. The components lists for finishing this thing are large, vast, myriad, and difficult, but by no means inaccessible, especially to a demon of this caliber. That being said, here are you fuckers. And he's like, okay. I know how this much look. But what you don't understand is roll for initiative.
Yes! Yes!
That being said, considering you guys didn't seize the initiative, you get a -4 penalty.
No!
Yes.
Crap.
My initiative is a proud 3.
I was kind of shouting, kill them, but I just really did not enough.
Oh,
So,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it at all.
okay. So I'm at plus.
I have an excuse. I was getting translated to.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You win that one. Solandra, you might want to roll knowledge planes to figure out more about this terrible creature.
You okay?
My meta reason for Clem's low roll is she was like, okay, I'm gonna hear him out.
I was about to say, you would definitely hear him out. Whatever, it's a demon. We can just chat, right? No.
Absolutely.
31?
31. Alright, you know quite a bit about the Glibberzoo. They are immune to electricity and poison and resistant to all of their elements. They also have spell resistance.
Well, shit.
They have a lot of hit points. They've got pincers, claws, and don't forget about that bite. If they land 2 of their pincers on the same target, they can rip and tear to do some really bad shit. They also have a lot of reach. Considering their height and their very large limbs, they can reach you. They can reach you before you can reach them. Also, they have some not inconsiderable magical abilities. They can always true see, so don't even bother going invisible. Their major power they won't be able to really bring into play right now is the Grand Chaos Hammer. But yes, because none of you are awfully lawful, none of you need to worry about suffering the Chaos Hammer. If any of you were lawful, it would fuck you up real bad. Dealing a fair amount of damage, slowing you, and quite possibly stunning you for a series of rounds.
Oh dear.
But because none of you are, you don't have to worry about that. That being said, it does have another very powerful spell in its repertoire. Power Word Stun.
Oh, fuck that.
I wish I had silence.
Fuck that shit out.
That being said, also, before you kill it, it will try to tempt you with a wish. Perhaps not best to let it grant you one.
Yeah, I imagine those wishes.
Yeah, like, we're not dealing with, like, twisted, like, a wish of Pazuzu, but, like, it's probably gonna get pretty twisted. You're definitely not gonna get what you want. And in exchange, it will be permitted to escape and return.
Alright, let's tango.
Alright. Solandra, you go first in initiative.
Okay. I'm using a swift action to enhance Brother, boosting him up to +5, giving him I guess all I can really do is like an acid burst, and I'm making him holy.
Ooh, there's the good one.
Yeah.
Solandra, how do you justify to yourself imbuing Brother with holy power?
Well, from my perspective, what I'm doing is I'm channeling positive energy into Brother. So it's similar to what I the healing stuff. Is
really?
That this is good. It's good aligned. It's energy. So
right. Divine energy is simply something you can break down on a scientific level. It's just that most people don't bother.
Right. I mean, most people use it like they just borrow the shit. They don't really know what they're doing. In this case, I'm using it because I understand it.
Got it.
I got that one a lot. Remember back in the graveyard. All right, so that was a swift act. And I'm gonna use. Oh fuck. All right, I'm gonna hope I can beat its spell resistance and try one big damage-causing spell and see if I can make a hole for Holt.
Cast.
I will maximize my cosmic ray.
Nice, good old cosmic ray.
Okay.
Everybody loves Cosmic Raymond.
Oh, that was so bad. Oh.
What did you get on your ranged touch attack?
I'm just checking. Spell save is caster level, melee touch, range touch plus 7. 36.
Oh yeah, you definitely hit it. There's a touch AC of 8.
Finally, something with a lower touch.
And not in threat range for unfortunately. And that just does well. I guess he has to do our roll to beat his spell resistance. I forget how spell resistance works.
First things first, if you could fix your lag, that'd be great.
My lag?
Yeah. Every time you pronounce a vowel, it's getting stretched out strangely.
Really?
Yeah, it's super weird.
Okay, hold on a sec. I'll try switching over to the other.
Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt your roll, but just like it's driving me wild, man. I'm too drunk for this. Huh, he can only grant wishes to mortal humanoid. I guess if you're a mortal cat man, you're fucked. Like, if you were an awakened panther, and you were like, I want you to grant me a wish, demon, he'd be like, sorry. You're not people.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound much better.
Okay.
Alright, so you make a caster level roll, and add any appropriate bonuses. And
plus 17 according to my... So it's plus 15 plus 2 for one of my feats or things.
I believe it. I'll allow it.
And that's a 36.
Good call. You hit him with your cosmic ray.
That's 90 points of damage.
Ow.
Jesus!
He takes 90 points of damage, and he's just like, this sucks. Then it goes. So you shoot the scorching ray at it, and he looks at you, and he just says, okay, enough of that. And he snaps his fingers, and he says a word in an arcane tongue older than time. And, Salandra, I want you to send me in a private message how many hit points your character has.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no! You never want to be asked that.
I know the reason why, so...
Right. It's not as bad as you might think, but it's still bad.
Where the hell is my... Oh, yeah, 100 bonus scores.
Okay, that's enough of that. Fuck that. When you get hit with a cosmic ray, never again, man. Never again.
You know, I just looked at this and now I've already forgotten it.
Okay, look at it, write it on a piece of paper. Then...
You know you're getting old. I think you got me. I can't remember what it was, but I think it's higher. It might be higher than that.
Oh yeah, he got you. So Salandra drops to the floor and starts drooling.
Salandra?
And then it takes a few steps forward, and well out of reach of counterattack, it just swings a claw at Holt.
Okay. Do it. Do it, pussy.
What's your armor class?
33.
I got some bad news.
All right, cool.
I mean, not that bad, but pretty bad. Hit it very hard.
Okay.
You take 30 damage from an ornery demon claw.
Whatever.
Oh yeah, that's nothing, but still. Oh, what the fuck?
Do I roll for duration on that, by the way?
No, I roll for duration on that.
Okay.
You'll come out when you'll get out when I tell you you're out.
Okay, just curious.
Sorry, I said that with a little too much authority. I don't want anyone to be able to strategize about how much time is left before Salandra becomes unstunned, especially Salandra.
No, it's good. It's good.
Anyway, initiative moves on. Holt, it's your turn.
Excellent. So it just came right up to me.
It's not right up to you. It's 15 feet away from you.
Oh, that's
hey,
preach.
one other effect of the cosmic ray. He was supposed to make a save,
Versus
a fortitude
being
save. Yeah, he will probably make it because I'm sure his fortitude save is insane.
It's pretty good. What's the DC on that?
I think I'm at 22 or 23. Let me
he's good.
Yeah, I assume so, but
Still, he's got to make it. You never know if he's gonna roll like a 4 or something.
yeah, that's just to see if he's second. It's 22.
Right. Sickened or nauseated?
I believe that one is sickened.
Got it. All right. If it were nauseated, I'd have downgraded it to sickened, just because he has to deal with Hezro. Anyway, Holt, he is 15 feet away.
All right, he's 15 feet away. I'm gonna have to close that distance. Probably take an attack of opportunity to do so.
How many points of acrobatics do you have?
Acrobatics or athletics?
Acrobatics.
I have a +1.
Oh yeah, you're definitely getting hit by an attack of opportunity.
I mean, if he can hit me.
That's not a very big if, Holt. You're dealing with a giant demon.
I know.
You take 22 points of damage from the incoming claw as you close the gap.
Okay.
But you do close the gap.
I do, so Vital Strike.
You piece of shit.
Okay, so that is a 36 to hit.
Oh, you hit him.
Okay, this is a perfect time to remind you that I have Penetrating Strike. So Heavy Swords ignore 5 DR, as long as it's not DR without a type. And it's Audra's Cold Iron, if that makes a difference.
It doesn't. His damage reduction is not overcome by such petty things as powerful metals.
Okay.
That being said, don't even bother rolling for electricity damage.
I'm going to, because I spent a lot of money to make her beautiful.
Got it.
So
you can roll that damage. Please leave it to the side.
Okay, fair.
Those numbers are for you.
Alright, I have to do some quick maths.
Oh no! Holt's only weakness.
Uh,
Oh no! Cap's only weakness.
We all know that Holt's weakness is his heart.
Oh god, yes. We've been over this extensively. Ghost Elves showed us this.
I don't think that the Holt will be all that great at math either.
He wasn't great at math to start with. 32 points of slashing damage.
Ouch. Those are some points of damage right there. Clementine, it's your turn.
All right, I'm going to run a heal check on Salandra.
Got it. Roll that beautiful heal footage.
21.
What was that?
A 21.
21. Do you remember that time you Shit, let's get personal and awkward with it. Do you remember that time during the full moon, during the full blood moon, where you took a shit ton of Whisper and went off into the woods and just felt the sudden urge to masturbate and then you couldn't move for 8 minutes?
Yeah, that was weird. I do remember that.
That was super weird. It's like that, except obviously caused by pain. She'll be fine. She just needs to, like, I don't know, get blood back in her blood or whatever.
Understandable. All right. So she can just wait that out. Cool. Okay. Awesome.
She's incapable of moving or functioning, but she's not helpless, and nor is she in any particularly notable pain.
Okay.
You would consider what's happening to her to be a shock to the system.
Okay.
Like someone hit me really, really hard with a club, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
Or more accurately, a gold brick tied around.
A lemon.
There we go. That's the one.
Okay. In that case, what are you giggling at?
Don't worry
Something
about
terrible.
it. Something terrible. Keep going.
I'm gonna cast a new spell that I haven't tried yet,
Oh boy.
called Sunbeam.
Oh fuck! Get that off me. Oh, that's some of that good shit.
Yeah. So I have 5 sunbeams.
All right. 1 beam per caster level. Okay. So you only get to throw 1 beam out right now.
Oh, one at a time. Gotcha.
It's
Okay.
not like Scorching Ray where you get to fire a shit ton of rays all over the place. Most druid spells operate like that, like lightning storm. You only get to
Right.
one bolt at a time, but still, you still get like 18 lightning bolts where you're just sitting back and you're like, oh, I got lightning bolts for the rest of this fight, motherfucker. That being said, all right, what is the save DC on your level 7 spells?
It would be basic math. Is it 26
What's your wisdom modifier?
plus 4?
And it's a 7th level spell, so no, it's 21.
21.
10 plus 4 plus 7 is 21.
Gotcha.
Because 7 plus 4 is
21.
11. Anyway, so he raises one of his clawed hands up to his eyes as he recognizes what spell you're casting. He's like, nope, not going for that shit. That being said, you're still able to deal 46 points of damage.
It reduces the damage by half.
Yes. So you can
So-
roll 2d6 or roll 4d6, whichever you prefer.
Okay. I'll roll 4 and take half.
That being said, the damage is not fire damage. It's just damage.
It's just damage. Yeah. Okay.
That sweet, sweet holy energy damage.
He takes 10 and a half damage.
Got
So
it.
10.
10.
Always round down if it would benefit the players. Back to the top of initiative. Slundra gargles. So Holt, he takes a 5-foot step away from you and he's like, I can't believe this is happening. Of all the days. Of all the goddamn days. Brother, I need you now.
Oh no.
And then poop, here comes another Glabrazoo.
Oh boy. Okay. All right.
And that being said, the second Glabrazoo would get a turn, but it spends its entire turn bickering with the first.
oh, hey, I forgot something important that relevant to you guys. At least Clementine, you have SR20.
Oh.
What? Clementine, where'd
Those
you...
scarabs
Oh.
of protection.
Oh, holy shit.
That good shit.
Yep, that would have been good for me to remember earlier.
About to say, unfortunately, due to the nature of how fucked Salandra already is, we will just have to assume that the Glabrazoo succeeded on its
Yep,
caster level roll.
I was not suggesting anything otherwise.
And I mean, considering its caster level is, oh fuck, I can't find. Considering its caster level is 14, it only would have had rolled higher than a 6. But still, anything can happen. That being said, these two Glebrazoo are bickering. Unfortunately, Solandra is the only one who can understand them, so all you need to understand is that they're very clearly having some sort of petty argument over the nature of this battle. You succeed on your sense motive rolls fantastically. Holt, it's your turn.
Alright, if they're busy bickering, will I still have to take another attack of opportunity if I move back into melee attack? First one.
He only took a 5-foot step away, so you'll be able to move in decently enough.
Okay, excellent. Then I would like to do that and hit him with another Vital Strike.
Go for it.
That is going to be a 30.
30? Oh, that is definitely a hit.
Excellent.
Actually, I take that back. That is barely a hit.
Okay. Good to know. Alright, let's wake up my phone.
Wake up,
Good
phone.
morning, phone.
Wake up, phone, I need you for math.
Ah. Skink.
So that is going to be another 30 points of slashing damage.
Ouch. This poor Glebrazoo.
Fuck him.
He is going to die. Now then it is Clementine's turn. Throwing another sunbeam or doing something else?
Throwing another sunbeam.
More sunbeam. At the original or the brother?
At the I'm not sure if this is character knowledge or player knowledge. Does he get another chance to make his save?
Yes, you'll
Okay.
have to make it again.
Okay. In that case, I will throw another sunbeam at the original.
He does not make it this time.
Yeah! Woo! That's better.
Oh.
Aw, it was a really bad roll this time. I rolled 3 ones.
Do that.
So he
Don't
takes
say those things to me.
9 points. But he is blinded.
He is blinded, which will definitely give Holt a hand, because they have plans.
Boy.
Oy vey.
This poor bastard's just having a terrible day.
Alright, so, Solandra. You're still napping.
Great.
So, Glebrazoo number 1 is like, can't see anything, but he just focuses on where Halt's last position was. He's like, okay, alright, keep it together, we can do this. He says to himself, psyching himself up in a language that none of you speak. Oh god. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Don't say that.
Sorry, I was just wondering, so there was a chance that he would summon his brother, or he would summon a flock of rocks, which are these weird
Rock flock!
vulture demons. And I was like, which one would have been worse? And I think the rocks would have been worse.
Oh yeah, they're nasty. I mean, they're much weaker individually, but they're nasty.
I mean, they have the Dance of Ruin, which they definitely would have done with reckless abandon.
No, thank you.
That's like the spores that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the spores. Fuck. Let's also not forget about the stunning screech, which is just in a radius burst. Oh god. Okay, yeah, no, never mind. Dealing with the second Glebrazoo will probably be easier overall, because those rocks we're just gonna stunning screech and then perform the Dance of Ruin all over y'all.
I like when someone summons a flock of rocks, just scream at me until I die.
Isn't that what everybody secretly wants? All right, Halt, this guy is coming at you with everything he's got. Unfortunately, everything he's got is going to be very difficult for him to land because he can't see you. What is your armor class? One last time.
33.
Okay. So, one set of pincers. Miss.
Good, that means he can't rend.
This is true. Two set of pincers. Hit. But
Okay.
only for 16 points of damage.
Okay, that's fine.
One claw. Oh shit, I forgot to roll the D%. Hit, but only for 13 points of damage. Second claw. Miss. And bite.
Christ.
Critical threat. Critical miss. Not critical miss, but he didn't hit.
But okay.
Yes. He'll only hit you for 14 points of damage. And then his brother looks at you and sees the hurt lock you put on his brother and is like, yeah, enough of that shit. Send me a private message with how many hit points you have.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's time for double trouble, baby.
Total or current?
Current. Who'd have suspected? It runs off your current total.
I'm in danger.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. You picked a good number. So he looks at you and snaps his fingers, at which point you fall on the ground and start drooling, but for much less time you would have if you had fewer than 100 hit points.
All right.
Clementine, you're in danger.
I'm in danger.
I mean, you do have another Scorching Ray that you can throw at asshole number 1.
I'm
sorry, asshole
number two. Yeah. Asshole number 2 is getting sunbeamed.
All right. I forgot. Roll to overcome his spell resistance.
Oh, you got it.
Oh, never mind. He made his reflex save. Well, actually, roll to overcome his spell resistance to see if anything happens at all.
That was not a good roll.
Don't say these things.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. An unnatural 20.
That does not overcome his spell resistance.
Okay.
So you shoot the sunbeam at him, and he's like, I am tired of these stupid interruptions. The little one dies. No, wait. Even better.
Can I wild shape?
No.
Darn.
Wait, can you wild shape as a move action?
I don't think I can. Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, let me look up what some spells do, because I didn't even see this one.
Yeah, I just have to double check.
God. Oh, huh. That's funny. Humorous, but not useful.
Oh, that's a very cute. Standard action, so not a move action.
Wop, wop.
Wop, wop, wop.
That being said, oh, Jesus, never mind. Salandra and Clementine, I'm going to need you to both make a will save.
Okay.
Oh no, you better not.
Oh, yes, I am. And it overcomes
pretty good
both
at
of your
that.
spell resistance.
$27.
27. You succeed.
Oops.
I'd say you can send it in general. It's okay.
Yeah. I just happened to be in chat with you.
You both succeed, which makes the Glebrazu very upset, as his confusion spell does nothing. But I mean, consider what would have happened if he had succeeded.
I don't like to. I've had enough nightmares.
I mean, you'd have a 25% chance of killing your friends. Anyway, back to the top of initiative. Salandra, this is your last round of being stunned. Womp, 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 womp. Oh, Glebrazu number 1 is like, yes, brother. And then he starts, like, clawing rampantly at the ground where Holt is supposed to be, but he still can't see him, so, like, who knows if he's even gonna hit at all. Miss!
Swing, meta beta.
Miss!
Yes.
Oh, critical threat. Oh, wait, miss. Miss is due to blindness.
Thank you, blindness.
Miss. And finally, does he get in with the bite? No, he doesn't even get in with the bite. He gets in with nothing.
Thank you, Clementine.
And Glebrazoo number 2 is very upset about the nature of his failure, and he sees a delicious, delicious Salandra. Salandra, what is your flat-footed armor class?
So flat-footed is no dex and -2, right?
Just no dex.
No dex. Okay.
No dex and no dexterity like bonuses.
So haste wouldn't.
Yeah, you would lose haste because you're not
Well,
moving.
I am not hasted yet.
Yet.
So I wanted to get that holy damage first, but all right. So armor class 19 flat-footed.
19 flat-footed. Oh boy. It's time for Salandra to take a ride on the pain train.
Yeah, I hope they can't cast that spell very often. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, they're out.
Good.
It is a once per day in case of emergencies only. And adventurers always count as an emergency. So I have some good news and some bad news.
Yeah.
The bad news is
So the
that-
question is, did in order to pound on me thoroughly, did it get? I know that the pincers have reach, but does all of it have reach?
Yes, all of them have reach. Don't ask
Okay.
me how
Just
it reaches in with that bite.
okay.
It just does. That being said, it just, like, in its hubris, it's right on top of you, so you'll be able to get up and attack it. It's not even going to bother. It's like, yeah, I'm going in for the kill. Everybody does. So the good news is yes, it's on top of you. There was good news after all. I was going to say that there wasn't any good news. The bad news is that it hit with every single attack.
Oh Jesus!
Fuck.
All right, let me get out my handy dandy calculator.
Oh dear.
All right, so the first set of pincers does a lot of damage. Oh god, not 222, just 22.
Jesus!
The second set
All
of
right.
pincers
That's good.
does 24. We have a claw at 11, another claw at 13, and a bite at 10. But here's the kicker.
I'm losing track of all this.
Don't worry,
Sorry.
I'll add it all up at the end. You don't have
I have
GR,
no
do
damage
you?
reduction.
Oh, fuck.
Not currently.
Oh, okay.
I don't have stone skin activated.
So it's a total of 102 damage over 6 attacks.
Holy fuck.
Jesus Christ!
Yay.
And the good news is,
So you know how many hit points I have?
I did know how many you had. And I mean, the other good news is that you don't. This all isn't from one attack, so you don't risk massive damage. You see, I'm just full of good news for you. As we move on to Halt, and he gurgles.
Okay.
Back to.
Well, that woke me up.
It did. It woke you right the fuck up. And unfortunately, you can't hear the sound of you awakening over your screams of agony. Moving on to Halt gurgles. Moving on to Clementine.
All right. And this is not Blind Boy that's attacking Salandra.
Yes.
So let's see if I can change that with another sunbeam.
Okay. He definitely fails his reflex save. Roll to overcome his spell resistance.
How about I roll a d20 instead of a d12? Oh yeah, baby, natural 20.
Oh, yep. There he goes. There he goes, being blind again.
And he takes 18 points of damage.
Got it. He is down to a number of hit points. He would consider
Splendid.
it embarrassing to have been wounded by a mortal, but here we are.
And a little mortal at that.
It's devastating. Back to the top of initiative. Salandra, it's your turn.
Fuck. All right. I'm activating flights so that I'm not on the ground getting squished. That doesn't take. That's a freebie.
Yep.
I am. If I quicken a spell can I still cast another spell for my normal action?
No, you can't cast 2 spells in one round. But if you quicken a spell, you could make a full attack action.
I'm right on top of him, so I can actually use my my spell combat.
This is
So,
true.
so what I will do instead is I still have the holy damage bonus on brother, right? That
Yeah.
didn't get neutralized.
Nope, that does not turn up.
So, in that case, I am going to as a swift action, I will activate my accurate attack, which makes everything a touch attack.
Oh.
And
Good shit.
fucking bastard, fucking kill you.
Just tell me if you're rolling natural ones, because that's the only way you could possibly miss.
And I will first do a spell strike, and this spell strike will be channeling my maximized vampiric strike. So let's see how that goes.
Give me some of those ghost hit points back.
So that's 15 in terms of the roll was a 15, so it's in my critical threat range. and it's not like I am going to be it's not like I'm going to be missing that confirmation.
Oh, I forget. Its armor class goes down for being blinded, so its touch AC has been reduced to 6.
Okay, so I do. It's maximized, so it's going to be the spell damage. Well, actually, I should roll for the spell resistance, right? All right, this is nerve-wracking. And spell resistance is a 32.
Oh yeah, you're good.
Whew, okay. All right, so it's a crit, so that means I roll 7 more dice of six. Okay, that's 10, 23 plus 2, 25 plus 42. That's 67. That's 67 points of non-type damage for the vampiric strike, which means I get 67 temporary hit points. Thank God. And then for the damage from brother, should I even bother with the fire damage? I don't know if these guys.
Yes. Well, how much fire damage can you do?
It was a flame burst, so.
Okay, you could definitely conceivably do more damage than it has.
Okay. All right. Let's just do the normal and holy damage, because those are things he doesn't have resistance to, right?
No.
Okay. So on the normal side, I rolled like crap, and he's currently +5, so that's 13, 20, 26 for the normal damage from that strike. And then the holy damage, his 24 points of damage from the holy damage.
Can you add all this up?
All right, sorry. 67 plus 13, so that's 80. Plus 24, so that's 100. That's 104.
Got it.
Right, we're at 104, and then it's the fire damage, which is a D10, right, for the flame burst?
D10 plus a D6.
D10 plus a D6. Do I double the D10 on because it's crit, or just the D6?
The flaming burst gives you the D10.
Okay.
And you don't double the D6 either.
All right, so even 10 points of fire damage.
Often.
And that's it for that. And then the spell combat, my normal attacks. All right, the first one is another crit.
One-shot this bitch!
The second one is not a crit, but it's a hit. I just rolled 2 20s, guys.
Good!
You mad?
I'm not fucking making this up. Crap. Jesus Christ. All right, so the first crit is 14 points of normal damage. That's weird. 16 points of holy damage. So we're up to 30. And then, I'm sorry, this is so complicated.
No, I love it. I hunger.
8 points of fire damage, so we can ignore that.
Right.
So the normal hit is 12 points of normal damage. I'm not going to bother with the fire damage, I don't think, on this one. And 7 points of holy damage. And then the last one, which was a crit, is nice. 16 points of 32 points actually of regular damage, and 6 points of holy damage.
You have dropped it to -23.
Yes!
At which
Jesus.
point it looks furious at its brother, and before it can even bellow, it fades out of existence.
Just like Salandra wakes up from this, just pummels the fucking shit out of it until it evaporates.
Oh no, that's just what summoned creatures do when they die. Hate to bring the wind out of your sails.
Wow. I should use accurate attack more often.
It's some good shit.
That's fucking insane.
Clementine, back to your turn. Holt gargles. Holt, next turn you will awaken from your stunnedness. Oh, right. I'm sorry, the Glebrazoo should attack you. If it fucking can. Alright. Let's see if we can get another comedy of errors, folks. The first attack is a critical miss.
Really?
Yes.
Yes! Fuck you!
Okay, let's go through this and see how this works out, just on my end.
Okay.
Because rolls must be made. Rolls must be made. Mistakes must be made. Followed up by, okay, a critical success, which misses due to blindness. Okay. Keeping it going. Keep it positive. Followed up by a miss on account of not high enough.
Cool.
Followed up by another miss due on account of not rolling high enough and missing due to blindness. And then another miss on account of not rolling high enough.
Yes.
Okay. Like, all around you on the floor are claw marks and bite marks and pincer marks. They're just like, I gotta get him eventually, right? And that's just not necessarily true. That being said, the critical success overcomes the critical miss, and he doesn't like fall over and accidentally like skewer himself on a pincer or something. As
Fine.
hilarious as that might be. That being said, Clementine, it's over to you. This guy is bloodied and on the verge of death.
I'm gonna slap him with my last sunbeam.
Hit him with that beautiful sun.
Here comes the sun. Do 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 do.
He utterly fails his reflex save, but let's see if he can overcome his spell resistance.
An unnatural 20.
That is not high enough.
Fair enough. So half?
Nothing.
Ah, damn.
You hit him with that sunbeam, and he's like, whatever, could you please stop that? And before he can finish that sentence, Salandra, you chop him up. I don't care what you roll. He's dead. There's no way he can survive, like, a single attack from you. If you want to, you can roll if it'll make you feel better.
No. And
Okay.
he doesn't get the attack of opportunity on me because he's still blind.
Yeah,
Is
you
that
can't
the
see
deal?
anything. So there's no he's been numerically eliminated. Let me put it that way. He's been numerically eliminated from this fight. That being said, when you destroy him, he also fades from existence, meaning he is not a native outsider, nor has he been permanently summoned here. So he has
So
to pass through.
Salandra's like slashed to hell. She like touches herself with that Hydra hand.
And how well do you put yourself together, Salandra?
I think that's only going to heal me for a portion of this. It gives me fast 5, but it's only lasts for. You. Yeah, fast healing 5 for 7 rounds. So I'll only heal 35 points.
All right. So there's just this.
But there is this unholy vigor.
Salandra, come here, please. Like, sit down before you fall down.
Oh,
Next
fuck.
to hold, please.
Oh, demons don't taste good. Ugh.
Oh no,
Yuck.
they taste awful.
I'm going to pat the floor next to Holt, probably just waking up.
Yeah.
Now, what the
Hey,
hell
now.
happened to both of you? And how do I fix this?
Oh no,
Fuck.
I'm fine.
Those damn things know power words. Fucking nasty spells.
The hell is that?
Hmm?
How do those work?
You say a fucking word and shit happens. That's around it. That one seems to like be able to put you down for a while.
Like, you know what it's like when someone says something and you didn't quite catch it and you have to take a moment to process it?
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing, except what they're saying is so incredibly complex that the amount of time it takes you to process it is, instead of 5 seconds or 1 second, it's 30 seconds.
It's a pretty great fucking spell actually, because it's really it's so fucking. If you have it, you can just cast it really quick. Don't need any focuses. Don't need any gestures. You just say a word and people go down.
Look nasty.
Too handy. I don't like it.
Don't worry,
You should see the
I
one
won't
that
be able to
kills
fucking
you.
learn it.
I like to get up and take a look at this thing on the floor.
Oh yeah. Oh hell, you instinctively know what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, this is some nasty shit, and it's not even done yet. All he was missing was the outer ring of ritual signs and tokens.
Hey, brother's still doing the good damage thing. I'm gonna start dissecting this thing with brother.
Good call.
Here, Salandra, come here for a minute.
Yeah.
Just gonna cure serious wounds on you.
Watch it. Watch it. I want to bleed on you.
And she just kind of wraps her hand up in her cape and then just gives you a little hand squeeze. Heals you up for 15 points of damage.
Yay.
Oh, plus, so a total of 30.
Oh, 15?
Yes, for my level.
That being said, Salandra, while you're scratching away at it, I mean, since everyone's near it and is examining it, everybody make a perception check.
You got it.
A 13.
A 31.
A 28.
Oh, hey. At Clementine, you figure it out. Holt, like, brings one of his large booted feet down on it, and Solandra is tapping her sword on it when she moves it around to get rid of some of the ritual marks and a lot of the lines, and you can hear it quite definitively. It's like a mole hole. The top side is solid, but the underside is hollow.
Oh, guys, it's hollow underneath.
Is this a literal or spiritual hollowness?
Literal.
All right, so there's something literally underneath this thing.
Yes.
Okay. Should I make a spellcraft to make sure that this thing is completely could never be redone?
You may if you wish.
Is it necessary at this point? Has it already been damaged too much?
I mean, roll the figure out.
Okay. 37.
37. It couldn't function to begin with. It wasn't done yet. That being said, considering to the hurt lock you put on it, someone could try starting over, but by the time you're done here, they won't even have the opportunity. By the time you're done here, it'll be pointless to try.
Oh, fuck.
I'm
Hey,
gonna,
guys. That wasn't a golem or an elemental. We got fucking piss poor intelligence. I think we should kick McCavity's ass.
I mean, what you do on your own time is none of my business.
They weren't here to guard the temple. Whatever this place is. Tomb.
Probably enough time passed between when McCavity last tried to break in that someone else tried to do it too.
Ding, ding, ding.
Alright, so I won't kick his ass as brutally as I might otherwise.
Good.
No, they were trying to claim this place in Gemma's name. That's what this is for.
In Gemma's name?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting.
That's rude.
Eh.
What's the big man think of that?
Holt shrugs.
Fair enough. I'm going to turn into an earth element.
Sounds cool. When you're an earth
And-
elemental, what do?
I'm gonna burrow underneath this thing. Check it out.
Unfortunately, it's too difficult to burrow underneath because it's not made out of earth and it's made out of a weird material. You could like slip earthy fingers underneath and pick it up.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try that.
Sounds good. You flip it open like a pog. Like
How
a
big
car.
is Clementine as an elemental?
Big.
Yeah, I can be up to a
Huge?
huge, I think. Yeah.
There are lots of things underneath this.
Kind of like picking up a rock with all the little crawlies underneath.
Oh wow. The list of treasure has too many characters in it. So give me a minute.
Ooh.
I'm gonna have to chop it up into pieces. So we've got that. And then we have this.
Holy.
Holy Hera.
Bastard sword, bastard sword, bastard sword!
It's only a +2 and it's shiny.
Still a bastard sword, it's better than my fabricator piece of shit backup weapon.
This is true.
So
If you ever decide to dual channel Gemma and Marduk, you could do it. A dual bastard sword.
I would sooner die.
I think at that point you would have a Homestuck irreconcilable moment where you just sort of explode.
Yeah, I've already done that once, and I don't want to do it again.
Let's not, shall we?
Yeah. That was a bad time.
That being said, I don't know what you're gonna do with the 9,000 copper pieces.
Bag of holding.
Fair enough.
We have a vault.
Oh, you're right. We do have a vault.
You could literally dump it all into the bag, play the music box, dump it all into the vault, leave, come back.
That's probably a good idea.
Otiug? Holy shit.
This stuff is amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that the Glebrazu here was either trading or browbeating someone somewhere else. And considering they can teleport at will, there's no telling where it got all this shit from. Get it at Theral's might be missing some inventory. But when a Glebrazu comes and says, I'm taking your shit, it's hard to say no.
Hey, can anyone use a clerical scroll or only clerical casters? Actually,
Monsieur.
Clementine can use it.
I'm about to say, if
What's
you're
that?
not a divine caster, you need to make a use magic device check. But if you are a divine caster, you just fucking read it.
Sweet.
So Clem can get the scroll of death ward. That could come in handy.
Oh, that's some good
That could
shit.
come very handy. I'll grab that.
What is the inscription on the pirate's eye patch?
Let me look up what the pirate's eye patch does, and then I'll tell you what the inscription says to tell you what it does.
I remember
Sadly,
looking.
I think we're going to sell most of this stuff.
Oh, there's a chest.
Don't worry about the chest. Ignore that. In lieu
Fine.
of the chest, I have put the loot underneath the ritual site.
Thank you.
What the fuck? Oh. Written upon the band around the pirate's eye patch reads simply, "Let he who wears this never fear life on a ship, for he who wears this shall be more at home at sea than on land."
Well, if any of us lose an eye, then we have this cool patch. It also seems magical.
Oh, it's definitely magical.
Yeah.
The
can
skull
I
and crossbones woven into it with silver thread declares, "Oh, this is magic. No one would just do this." What were you saying, Dave?
Can I do a spellcraft look at it?
Looking at what?
The eye patch.
Sure. Roll that beautiful spellcraft footage.
32.
32. The pirate's eye patch grants the user a +2 bonus on swim and climb, and once per day they can either cast Touch of the Sea, which gives them fins that grow between their hands and feet, which allows them to... It gives them a swim speed. Which is good. And once per day they can either cast Touch of the Sea or Expeditious Retreat to increase their baseline speed by 30 feet for 1 minute. Okay. They get Expeditious Retreat for 2 minutes. That being said,
That's not bad.
you don't have to use Expeditious Retreat to walk away.
Also, there are no oceans that we've encountered so far in Septemport.
Nope. Not a one. Like, it says...
Mainly, I'm thinking...
It says C on the inscription, and you're like, what's a C? Did they spell that wrong?
C as in the letter C?
No, it's S-E-A, and you're like, what the fuck? What is that? What word is that?
Yeah, the only pirates I know are the Scorpion Riders back in District 2.
Oh man, those guys are fucking crazy. Most of those scorpions aren't tame, you know. They're just prodded into the right direction.
Yeah, they cover the stinger with like a little ball of lead, so it doesn't. It just hurts.
Oh God. I was gonna say that they cut it off, but yours is way better. All right, congratulations, folks. You survived the first room.
Yay!
Ta-da!
Barely survived the first row.
The obvious
We were
exit
fine.
is north.
You say obvious exit.
Yes. I mean, there could be others, but probably not.
I would point out that it is 10:30, and I know that you're usually
Oh, I'm on
turning
vacation.
into a
I don't
pumpkin
give a
around
shit.
now. Oh, okay.
The only thing stopping me is my personal stamina.
How you doing?
I'm all right. Basically, if you guys run into another fight, and you probably will, then I'll be like, what? It depends on what the fight is. Like, if it's another Glebrazut, like that's fine. But if you happen to wander into the room with 18 flesh golems, next time.
Next time on Septemport.
Next time it's
The
September.
party dies.
18. Actually, quite frankly, 18 flesh golems aren't that much of a risk. You'll just have to fight 18 fucking flesh golems.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
The issue is literally simply how many rounds of combat it will take for all of you to kill each other. I mean,
That's really just
Just
we're
Solandra's
just
turn.
buffing.
And like the thing about 18 flesh golems is that like they probably can't even hit you, but like there's so many that one of them will critically hit every turn, statistically speaking.
Salandra is nothing special against golems.
That's
I
true.
can't take that many crits.
Well, each of them gets one attack on one of you. I mean, okay, so collectively, as a whole, the 18 of them get one attack on one of you. So one of you gets hit every round. Probably. Maybe.
Meh,
Statistically speaking.
I'm an outlier.
Anyway, obvious exits are north.
I really don't think Marduk would be the type of guy to hide
Oh,
the way through his...
do you want to look just in case?
Yeah, I want to look.
Goggles.
So
Do a little true sight action.
Sure. I mean, I'm not going to be as observant as your fancy elf eyes, but boy,
I wouldn't look at the circle if I were you.
15.
I cleansed the worst of it.
15 on what? Trying to just look for hidden doors.
Yeah, I'm looking at the walls.
Sounds good. Oh, right. There was something supposed to be on the walls here in room 11. Oh, jeez. It appears that the Glabrazoo has drawn fabulously in various shades of blood on the walls, the Battle of the Seven Winds.
Well, damn.
And
It's kind of beautiful.
it's great. I'm just looking at Glebrazoo's abilities just to see how good is it really. It's real good. It's very clear. A lot of it's sort of in broad stroke. Obviously, Glebrazoos don't have we've got claws, pincers, and like teeth, but still, like you can see. Oh, there's Gemma over here, and Marduk over here, and here's him and his buddies over here, and there's him tearing apart an elf as he gets draped in gore. And man, you need to have a hobby to keep yourself busy, you know?
Yeah, I guess so. It's kind of impressive.
Very impressive.
I wonder how long they were down here.
Considering the quality of the painting and the nature of the ritual, months. And I mean, it's pretty clear that McCavity tried to bust this place like years ago. Like, he was like, I'm the legendary thief of Septemport. I'm the best there is. Oh, jeez, this sucks. Oh, fuck, elementals? Fuck this. I am out.
So, beautiful mural showing an artistic side to these demons I didn't know existed. But no more doors?
Nope.
Okay.
There is the one door.
Take off the goggles and point towards the northern door. That's it. That's it, guys.
Thanks for checking.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Nothing else of import.
Oh, and your eyes spy upon the ritual circle, and it looks like a dying dream. It's kind of sad.
That's a visual.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, from a practical perspective, you have undefiled this place. From a magical perspective, you have aborted a baby.
See.
It was an awful, terrible, evil baby, and it was going to ruin this place, but it was a baby. Anyway, you head north. And, boy, there sure is a lot of bones on the floor.
Are we talking like Halls of the Dead stepping on skulls?
Yeah. It is deeply apparent that, the, Glebra Zoo did apparently have to eat, or at least enjoyed doing it, and had no compunction about where to put his waste.
I'm just gonna wild
Artistic
shape
and disgusting.
into a bird. I've got bare feet, guys.
I'm not walking on this shit. I mean, thankfully the bones have all been picked clean. Like, there's no meat, there's no flies, it's just bone.
Fair enough. Have you ever stepped on a bone with bare feet?
I haven't. It sounds very unpleasant now that you mention it.
Is this door locked?
No.
Alright, let's go through.
Yeah, that is what is in the room. And then there's nothing but bones in there, and then obvious exits are east.
How much time has passed since the Glebra Zoo fight?
At
With
this
our-
point, like,
I'm-
sifting through the loot and packing it away, probably a couple of minutes. Like 7 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that.
Okay. Just curious because I have those temp hit points for a while.
Right.
Tell me when an hour goes by.
I can do that. So, you have gone
So-
through the northern door. Obvious exits are south and east, but south leads where you came from.
So Clementine will, in her bird form, land on Holt's shoulder and look at him and say, in her bird voice, "Holt, don't tell me you're fine when you're not fine."
I told you I was fine?
Yes.
Oh.
Stop doing that.
I guess I did take a hit.
Yeah, you did.
Sorry, it's a little fuzzy.
I'm sorry, I was,
Oh, hey.
I was a slave to the blood haze.
Clementine, let me take a first crack at it because it doesn't take away from the rest of what I do.
Okay.
I didn't realize he was hurt.
Wait, you
Um,
can heal now?
She can now.
I wiggle my little hammers.
Oh, I thought that was just for show.
It is.
Looks at you intrigued.
I just show what I can do on my skin. I reach out and I touch Holt, and you get fast healing 5 for 7 rounds.
Oh damn, thank
She
you.
got 35 hit points.
That's helpful.
So I can't cast it on Holt again today, but otherwise it doesn't take anything away from me.
Nice.
rather than you burning a spell slot.
Ooh. And see if this gives you, if this helps as well. And you also heal for 35 hit points from me.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that heals me up quite nicely.
And Holt, please, I know that you instinctively say you're fine when you're not, but when we're in a dangerous place like this, I need to know if you're game. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. And she gives you a little birdie peck on the earlobe and flutters forward.
What's in the next room?
What's in the next room? Let's see. Room 7. It is utterly featureless. It's kind of spooky how nothing there is in it. Not as spooky as the room with literally nothing in it from the previous dungeon, but like this room is eerily empty.
I have a question.
Shoot.
What has the lighting situation been like in this place so far?
Dim to bright, flashing bulbs
Okay.
adorning the walls.
Alright. Just making sure that there's some light to see by.
Yes, Grub would call
Fucking
it
technology.
electricity.
Alright.
Obvious
I need my
Learn
dark
this shit
vision.
at some point.
Obvious exits are north, east, and south. The south door is open.
No harm in taking a peek through that door.
Here, let me. Screams of
I
trap.
put the goggles on.
I'll approach the open doorway. Can I do a perception check?
Go for it.
Is it an archway or are there
There
was
once
ripped off?
there once was a door here. Oh, it is an archway. So there never was a door here.
Okay, 12?
12. On perception,
Yeah.
all you can see are the tapestries on the far end of the room. It's too far away to make them out clearly from here.
Okay. I'm gonna step through.
I put the goggles on and I'm looking around the room that we're in to see if there's anything weird here.
No, nothing to note.
All right, then I'll look the way that Holt is going and see if there's anything about to eat him.
Sounds good. The only thing that's about to eat him are the tapestries of Marduk on the far end. And you realize they're not going to eat him. They're just depicting awful grotesquities. The tapestry in the center is Marduk as you have always known him. You know, stoic, poised, prepared. And then they emanate two to the left and two to the right. The first one on the left shows upon Marduk's face the visage of purest mania. The one to the left of that shows upon his face the visage of absolute rip shit fury. Like a level of anger the likes of which none of you ever hope to be in. The one on the right shows an image of absolute pure crushed anguish. A sort of
Actually, the one of rage, I'll stare at that for a moment and say, "Well, that makes Rivo make a little more sense."
A lot more sense.
the first one on the right is like pure, broken, shattered, despairful anguish, and the one beyond that is like sheer, unknowing, inescapable awe. Just like to witness something so far greater than yourself, you can't even begin to comprehend what it is. And those are the five images of Marduk.
Those are really beautiful.
Oh, beautifully crafted. All terrifying to look upon.
Clem can't stop staring at them.
Anything behind them?
You look behind them. Nope, just wall.
Any doors in this room?
Oh, yes. Obvious exits are south and east. The door to the south has a door on it, and the doorway to the east does not.
Let me just. Does someone have a little piece of chalk?
Dragon elemental? Sorry.
Excuse me?
Fucking excuse you?
But I do have this. And I'm going to take out a glass flask and hand it to Clementine.
What is it?
Flask of my own blood.
Hey.
I just wanted something to mark the way with so we wouldn't get turned around.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that's, Wait, let me back up real quick. Why do you have this? I'm just curious.
Oh, I was going to use it as a bracket hand free.
Oh, okay. That makes
As
sense.
been
From a strictly magical point of view, leaving your blood around is always a bad idea. Just
Yeah,
as
that's dangerous.
Don't do that.
What do I know about magic?
Put that shit in a phylactery.
well,
Where am I going to get one of those?
let's put it this way: is that it can potentially make you more vulnerable to the magic of for them to have your blood. Oh, I'll take it. Thanks.
Alondra, you could kill me in one hit without batting an eye.
I think she'd
I don't
bat an
think
eye.
so.
She bat an eye because she was sad.
I'd like to believe that.
There's probably like an electric light nearby to the door that we came in.
They're all over the walls.
Okay.
Uniformly,
I'm just gonna.
uniformly placed at 15-foot high roofs.
Cool. I'm just gonna grab one of my little handkerchiefs and tie the scarf to the light post closest to the door we came through.
Understood.
So I can't do what I did with that Glabber Zoo very often. You know, it's not easy, and it's not something I can keep on doing indefinitely.
Oh, so I don't have to worry today.
Well, maybe once more.
That was really something, Salandra.
While
I
you
wish I got
guys,
to see it.
while you guys are chatting, a voice comes from the door to the east that speaks a language I don't know if any of you know. Could you please give me your list of languages?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Thank you, Hope.
Yeah, no problem.
Abyssal,
Please type
Aqua,
them.
Celestial.
You have too many.
Oh.
As much as I would like to memorize them, fuck that.
Oh, no, you better speak.
Too many languages. Too many babies.
Too many cooks.
Too many
Too many cooks.
Too many cooks will spoil broth. You see, this is exactly why I wanted to type them out.
That's so many.
So, from the next room over, you hear something speak in a language most akin to Gnomish, but in a deep, gravelly voice. And you don't know what it says or what it means.
Salandra, did you catch that?
No. Can I make a linguistics roll to see if I can figure anything out about it?
You may.
I'm guessing it's probably like primordial or something like that. That is a 18.
18. That's good enough. Based on your knowledge of Gnome, you understand that they are speaking Terran. And based on what you know about languages that use the Dwarvish, or more accurately, Terran alphabet, the dwarves didn't invent it, okay? They took it from the rocks.
Fair
So
enough.
Whatever it is
like
that's in the next...
Earth Elemental.
Yeah. Whatever's in the next room is accusing you of being rude. Either that, or they're asking you to help them find something that they've misplaced. You're not quite sure.
Fuck. That's the language of the Earth Elemental. I don't know it. I don't really know it.
If I turn into an Earth Elemental, will I know it?
It'll help.
Let me give it a try.
You change back into an... oh, yes, you turned into a bird. Okay, right.
Yep.
So you change
Please
back...
get off my shoulder.
Ah! Boom.
Stop. No, I changed back into a
32,000
halfling to put my scarf on the lamppost.
Oh, thank goodness.
Thank God. So you turn into an earth elemental, and you hear the voice call from the other room again. Excuse us. Please don't
Hello?
act like we're not here. Yes, hello. Could you please come in? We are
Of
tired
course.
of waiting and listening to your endless prattle.
I'm sorry, we didn't understand you. It'll be just a moment.
We talk slow, and yet you talk forever.
On our way. And then, to the party. They want us to come in.
Who?
Who
Clem
you
just gives a
ask-
rocky smile.
Who you ask as Clementine wanders in through the arch, I assume.
Crap.
The
Follow.
who is 5 elder earth elementals lined up against the eastern wall.
Wow.
Now
Clem
though,
kind of just stops their tracks looking at them in awe.
So what are these things, like colossal sized?
these things are huge sized.
Okay.
Like there is just enough room to fit all 5 of them along the eastern side of the wall. There is not a lot of room in this room. There is 35 feet, and for the sake of making this dungeon make sense, they're all squeezed in there. Filling themselves up to the ceiling instead of spreading out normally as they would horizontally. They have no legs, and they have giant meat hunk arms. And they can
You are all
obviously...
so beautiful.
Your words are kind, but flattery will get you nowhere. We are assuming you mean to progress, and if that is the case, we will be forced to fight you. Of course, take your time. But, please, hurry up.
I like you guys. And she translates exactly for the group. And there are, of course, the other paths that we could take, but, you know, if you're fighting something, they wouldn't really be guarding an empty room now, would they?
So this is just a side room, right? I mean, there are other directions you can go.
From the room you were previously in, that is room 12, there is an exit to the south, and then there's the exit that goes east. If you go back north up through room 12, you will enter room 7, which was the room that had nothing in it. And from room 7, you could go east into what you don't know, and you could go north once again to someplace you don't know.
So there's another. If we go back to the room with the tapestries, there's another door we could have gone through, not besides this one.
There is. There are other ways, but I'm not sure if they may not go anywhere. But it wouldn't hurt to check. We lose this time.
And the earth elemental, one of the earth elementals pipes up and says, "Oh, you don't want to go down there. The things that live down there are so droll and boring.
And less polite?
Far less.
Oh.
At least the earth moves. I swear all they do is stay still."
Well, what do you guys think?
I think I don't want to fight 5 of us.
Oh, if you hate fighting 5 of us, you'll hate fighting anything around here.
Mostly I would just rather fight someone that's not so nice.
I'm scanning the room and just saying, is there an exit out of this room?
Obvious exits are north and south.
All right. So this room is a place that we might have to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Does it seem
north, south, and also south?
Does it seem reasonable for us to just go and look around the rest of this place before we have to deal with these nice gentlemen?
One of them frowns and the other 2 shrug and they say, "Yes, if you want to go back the way you came, there's nothing stopping us from barring you from going through an open door. But consider how rude it is since we've invited you."
Yes, but isn't it also rude for us to try and fight you?
Oh, no, that's what we're here for. You wouldn't be upset that you got invited to a boxing match, would you?
I mean, I personally would. I'm usually not this strong looking.
Oh, here it is.
I'm having problems parsing all of what they're saying, but they are elementals, so whatever happens to them here is kind of not permanent.
Nope.
So, if they're protecting this place, where were they when 2 huge demons, trying to make a giant summoning circle?
One of them just says, "There was what?"
Yeah.
Was someone napping on the job? We're not allowed to leave the room, you see.
Oh, that explains a.
None of the Guardians here are permitted to leave their rooms. It is simply the way Marduk wished it.
A couple rooms back, I'll describe the way. What's supposed to be in there?
There was supposed to be creatures made out of pure air, whirling tornadoes of lightning and death.
Oh, well, they're gone.
As soon as they say lightning and death, your mind immediately sparks. Oh, Glabrazu, lightning. Yeah, no, that's no good.
Yeah, they didn't stand a chance.
No, they did not.
Well, they didn't seem to want to tackle you guys.
One of them, they look to each other and nod affably and say, "No, they would not want to do that. We are very strong." As they say, as one of them pounds his stone hunk hands together, making a satisfying crunching noise.
Oh, so crunchy.
Oh, so crunchy.
Love the crunch.
Give me some of that crunch.
I think we should fight this fight, guys.
What?
I cast haste.
It's only
Did you
polite.
say? I cast haste.
Okay, alright, I guess we're.
Next time on Septemport, they fight a bunch of giant earth elementals. Good night.
And